Okay, what do we do next? Is it structure next?
No, next is landmarks. We already did structure.
Oh, we did structure. That's
We
right.
just did it.
Okay, line work.
Landmarks.
Landmarks. Okay,
Oh man, landmarks.
what do you have to say to Sam?
Well, Sam. Okay, I will give this advice anyway. It's not about landmarks, but it is about taking good photographs of your artwork. Not just when you're sending in your images to me and Marshall, but just when you're putting them online. If you take a photo like this of your artwork, it just makes you look unprofessional and it makes your artwork look worse. These are actually very nice drawings. It's just the photograph makes them look way worse than they actually are. They're pretty good. So that's what I'm going to say about those. That's my biggest critique for you, Sam, is better photographs of your artwork. If you don't have enough light in your house, take them outside in the daytime and just put them in the shade and photograph it. There's plenty of light from just from bounce light outside. Mm-hmm. So the next one, Francis. Pretty good drawing. You know what I like about this is I can really feel the foreshortening. Mm-hmm. This leg is very large, and then the head as it goes back is smaller. So very good perspective, I think, with this one. Mm-hmm. As far as the landmarks, it doesn't look like all of them are in the right place. So, for example, you're using the landmarks pretty well in the spine area. So this is good. It's following the gesture of the spine, and then you got the 7th cervical. You got the points here of the pelvis. Those are at the correct angle. You got the tailbone. So this looks pretty good. There's 2 landmarks I'm seeing that you're not using correctly. The first one is the greater trochanter here. Notice the angle you have is going this way, while in here you have it going down. So they're not matching up. You're indicating it to be right here on this bump, and it's not. That's not the greater trochanter. It would actually be somewhere in here on the side, and it's not. It won't be pointing at us like you've indicated here. It's on the side of her hip here. So if it was here, you'd see that it'd be parallel to this. The second one that I'm seeing is the scapula. So at the top you have the spine of the scapula, and you have it coming down at a very dramatic angle. I don't see it doing that. I'm seeing it from the shoulder here. It's just kind of going across like this, and then picking up on the other side. So I'm seeing a rhythm like this. And then you got the deltoids coming out, trapezius muscle coming from there, like that. Okay, and then there's the corner, and then kind of curves in on her, like so. So that's what I'm seeing there. You just indicated it too low. And then you don't usually see, or you almost never see, the inside of the scapula, but sometimes I like to just put it in just to imagine the whole thing. Spine. The next one is Jay, and this is the final one. Jay has 2 submissions.
Landmarks. I thought they were supposed to be landmarks.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing any landmarks here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing some in this one. He's put the triangle of the scapula, and he's put the great trochanter there, the greater trochanter.
Why don't you draw over the top of that and show us what...
All right. Jay, one of the biggest reasons that we use landmarks is so that we can judge the angles between them. They're really good points to measure from. So that's the biggest thing I'm seeing on yours, is that you're not actually finding the correct angles between all the landmarks. The first thing that comes to mind is the angle of the spine. So you can see here it kind of goes up and then right over. Yours starts to go to the left a little bit, and then it goes over, but not nearly as much. I mean, look at the angle you have and the angle that's actually there. Pretty big difference. So the shape of the spine, the whole thing is a landmark. So really pay attention to those angles along the spine. The next thing is the angles between the crests, the iliac crests, right? So you got something a little bit downward, and you have also the points in here to measure off of. They're very subtle on the photograph, but they are there. So you just got to get good at finding the anatomical points. So the angles it's kind of going down. On yours, I'm seeing the hips angling up this way. And maybe you're exaggerating the pinching motion. If that's the case, then great. If that was intentional, then I would say maybe that's not a mistake. That's a good thing, because if you were to exaggerate this pose, you would show the shoulders going down more and the hip going up more on the right to kind of, show more compression. like so, right? That would be the motion of like a pillow if it was doing that. Let me see the scapula. So it starts here, spine of the scapula, all the way to here. And then you have it going across like that. Not very accurate. It's very close to the angle on the photograph, but if you are going to tilt her back like you did here with the torso, you have to look at the relationship between the landmarks. So look at the spine. You're making it almost perpendicular to the spine, which would be a relaxed arm position. However, she's raising her arm, so that scapula is going to rotate, right? So now it's not perpendicular. Perpendicular would be like this, but it's not. It's going down because it's rotating this way with the arm, and then the triangle would be there. All right, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time.
What happened? What happened? It didn't record?
I didn't press it. Are you kidding me?
I have a dream. I have a dream.
Oh my God.
That every demo we do will be recorded. I have a dream. But it's only a dream.
What? Okay. So let's move on to the final lesson, mannequinization.
The grand finale.
This is the fun one.
Mannequinization. This is what it's all been leading up to. Woo!
We'll start with Don Lay.
Don Lay.
Remember Don?
I do. I remember. We critiqued Don last time.
Yes.
Well, these aren't structural yet. They've got
Yeah.
some structure in them, but there is quite a bit of round forms that aren't really understood yet.
I think they're good. But this one, the one that you marked number 3, the hips don't have enough structure. You're not showing the boxiness of the hips. You're showing more of the contours. So you're doing contour great, but you're not simplifying it to simple shapes. Then you got the leg, and again, you're doing the curve of the hamstring instead of a cylinder. So you're just doing too much anatomy stuff for right now. This is supposed to be mannequinization, and you're supposed to simplify it to the simplest form you can while still keeping the character. Sometimes, if you have a very muscular person, like when I showed Yoni, sometimes you'll need to simplify into some more forms, some secondary forms. Like if the leg has a very large adductor group, sometimes you'll see a very obvious split between, the main cylinder of the leg and then the adductor structure. So sometimes you will need to add another form to that simple cylinder, but you need to make it obvious that, okay, this is a cylinder with another cylinder attached, not just showing a really subtle contours of all the anatomy and then just putting curves over it just to show, hey, look, it's a cylinder. And I think that's what you're doing, is you're starting with contours and you're kind of outlining everything, and then you're going through and trying to add the cross contour lines.
I think I have the same thoughts about what Kenny's doing as I had about Don, is that there are a number of cylindrical cross contours, like right here. You see how you've got these knees thought of as something boxy, and they've got lines that go off that way. And then this knee has lines that go off in a different direction. That's good thinking, because what we've got is something that is aware that she is sitting on a ground plane and that one knee might be pointing out that direction. And so if it's a box, the lines are going to go off that way. And the other knee is pointing more toward us like this. And so if it's a box, these width lines are going to be pointing in a different direction. So you've got the advantage of straight lines on that set of knees. Let's see how these legs, which you have cross contours around, and you're thinking of them as cylinders, let's see how they could benefit from it. See how this cross contour looks fairly arbitrary. It's got one thing going for it. It tells us that the knee, which is here, is closer to us than the part that's going to connect into the hip. Okay, that's good. That curve tells us this end's closer. But that curve could be more refined. If you were to think of this whole leg as a box where you're keeping these width lines in mind and keeping this height line in mind, then you will know where the plane break would happen if it were a box, and you can decide that you want to move that plane break a little more in here and a little more there, and these cross contours are going to make more sense. In other words, when you want to refine a cylindrical form and make it more specific, let's do it with how that leg wedges into there. We could just put these lines around here, but do you see how that doesn't feel quite right? it feels better if we know that that will peak across there like this. Now watch this next line. This might go straight down, which it actually does go pretty straight down because you've got an iliotibial band there. Or if it had something that bulged out like that, you would be relating it to the section that you can see that deviates from your box form. Point is, whenever you do a cylindrical form, let's say this arm up here, well, it would help us to know when we've got a cylinder that this part's closer and this part's further away. It could have been the other way around. It could have been that we did that cylinder and we made the bottom closer, but we got the top closer. Now, how far is her arm spun? It looks to me like we can't see any of the outside of her arm, but we can see a little bit of the inside of her arm. You see that if we put that corner there and then turn this into a box form that's just barely spun, now we have something that we have awareness, not only that this end is closer, but that we would see a little bit of the inside as a box form there.
So are you basically saying that they should not use cylinders but only use boxes to show planes? Or?
No, I'm saying that if you really want to control a cylinder, let's start one up here. Say that part's closer. It's kind of in the same position as her leg. Just started with a piece of French bread, and then we're gonna snap those rubber bands tight and turn it into a box. When we know how to do the box, which is more precise, I mean, it's harder to do a box. When you do box sloppy, you can tell you've done it sloppy. When you do an ellipse sloppily, you might not know that it's sloppy. You just threw it in. Now, how do we make that ellipse precise? If we are constantly thinking about boxes, look how we say this is going to peak up there. You see, now we're going to know that that would go like that. What if this gets really wide here? We're going to know that it gets wide on that X line and high on that Y line. We're going to have the control over it. We're going to know because we relate it to something that is more measurable.
I see. So the angles of the box really tell you the peaks of the cylinder.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Okay.
Oh, let me give another example over here. This is another thing. Let's take two shapes that are same shape. One of them might be something that is shaped like this, but we could have the same thing over here and end up making it shaped like that. How did I know how to place that cylinder? Well, this one, I was thinking that it was a box. Sorry for the... yeah, thank you for saving me.
There you go.
When I'm thinking of this having the long plane there and that having the short plane there, and this one, I'm thinking of having the short plane on top, it means I'm going to have way more control over my cylindrical lines when I know how they relate to a box. Yeah. Now, all of that, let's go back. All of that was to say that what you did with these knees, where you found a width line and you understood it, it would be good to apply that to just about every cylinder you can do. It's a way to make it so that you have command of your cylinders.
Cool. Thanks, Marshall. Let's move on to Raymar.
Raymar.
He says, I was wondering, how do you guys control the line thickness while drawing on the edge of your pencil?
I don't control the line thickness. Stan does. You do this one.
The line thickness. So my pencil has, a very long taper. If you're holding it like this, if you're putting it all the way on the side, you're going to get a very thick line if you're going this way. If you go down with a stroke, you can get a very thin line. If you go on the tip, you can get a very thin line. But if you want to go from one to the other, what you can do is you can be going with the pencil to get a thin line. So as you curve it, you curve the pencil with it, and so you're drawing along with the pencil the whole time, and that keeps a thin line. If you want to go thin to thick, you can go like this, and so you're going with it and then along with the side, and so you go thin to thick. So basically the simple answer to that is controlling the angle of the pencil. If you want a thin line, you go vertically with it. If you want a thick line, you go across the side and everything in between. It takes a lot of practice and muscle memory to actually make it look clean. But that's how you do it. Delia has a question too. Actually,
This is no casual question.
this is a long and I think it's a two-parted question. Okay, let me just read it here. Or you know what? You read it in an accent.
What accent?
I have been drawing for years and I felt stuck and never understood why my teachers were saying some things should be done in a certain way.
But ever since I started your course, it has been one epiphany after another.
What kind of accent would Delia have?
Just keep going.
I just wanted to
Just
ask.
keep reading it.
I just wanted to ask if there's any chance you could post something on the way to hold the pencil, perhaps for both right-handed and left-handed.
I watched the way you hold it on the videos and I mirrored it since I am left-handed. I can only say my line quality improved so much. I went instantly from scratchy lines to more fluid movements. However, still don't think I have it down right.
Maybe you could have a left-handed guest once. It is surprising, but there is very little out there on the internet on this issue.
Okay, can I comment now?
Yes, you can.
Delia, the reason there's not much about this is because you're just switching sides. It's the same thing. You don't have a left-handed person telling you how to use the tool and a right-handed person.
Show what you mean.
Okay, here's what I mean. So this is how a right-handed person would draw, right? So they're going like this. And this is how a left-handed person would draw.
How?
Just like this. See that?
Oh, wow. That is. It all makes sense now.
So, okay, well, but I will answer your question though, Delia. The first question, which is how to hold the pencil. And it's the same for both left and right-handed. You just flip it. So if you're doing long, more motion gesture, hold it. Let me take off my fancy glove. You hold it like this, like you're about to paint with a brush. The reason you want to do that is because you want to control your whole shoulder. If you hold it like you're writing, you're doing this. You're just using your wrist, and you don't have as much range of motion this way. And another reason is, just like I just explained about Raymar, if you hold it like this, you can't use the side. You can't put it on like that, and you can't control the line weight. So, but if you hold it like this, now you can use the side, and you can control the angle of the pencil and how much of the tip you're using, how much of the side you're using. So holding it like this just gets you way better line quality, and it promotes motion from the shoulder. When you get into details, the shoulder isn't as, you can't control it as much. So every once in a while you can flip it just to get little details, because the wrist is actually very precise. So you can get really small strokes with the wrist. So you'll see me flip it every once in a while and use both, depending on what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, well, Delia, you also submitted some drawings. In general, I think actually really good. Line quality is the only thing I'm looking at here that I don't like. Because your shapes and your perspective look great. Looks like you are pointing your forms in the right direction. All your cross contours are correct. Yeah, I think you're understanding the mannequinization part of it, and I think you can visualize the forms pretty well. You just need to learn how to control the pencil better. Okay, well then let's move on to Lopko. So I like these two drawings because he showed this S-curve on the gluteus, the way one leg is going forward, the other is going back.
Yes.
And so the glutes will wrap over one way this way and then underneath for the other leg.
Yes, that's
so both
nice.
of these drawings have that S-curve.
Yep.
And I think he captured that well. What do you think?
Yes, I agree. There is something I want to add to that. And that is that there is a lot of detail in here. Like, for example, on that arm, that is not necessary to be in there. We don't need those two cross contours in there so much as we need an arm over here that is similar to this arm over here. And so there's some bigness that is getting lost, some big proportions that are getting lost at the expense of finickiness with small parts. I think that's it. It's a macro, there's some macro problems.
Yeah, and I'm seeing issues with anatomy. Because he is starting to indicate anatomy,
Yeah.
but he's still doing it in a simple way.
Yeah, that's good.
So, which is good. That's exactly what I showed in the video. Is taking those larger muscle masses
Yep.
and simplifying them to simple forms. So this one here with the erector spinae muscle, you have it thin all the way up to the neck,
Yeah.
right at the point where it gets to the right between the scapulas. The trapezius and the rhomboids are all in there as well, so you're not going to see just that little thin cylinder of the erector muscle. So,
I'd stick with the mannequin and really master the mannequin and then gradually put those bits of anatomy on there. But that was jumping ahead to a complete couple of ropes that go all the way up there.
yeah, the point of this isn't to show that you know where the muscle starts and where it begins. It's not to dissect the body.
Yeah.
It's just to get the surface volumes. And if there's volumes of specific muscles you need to indicate, then great. Use your anatomy knowledge to do that. But in this case, you just kind of showed this cylinder going all the way through.
Yeah.
And you probably didn't see that in the drawing because that's not the volume there. The volume in there is the trapezius muscle. So just draw the volumes you're seeing.
Oh,
Peter.
yeah.
Peter. This is actually one of my favorites. This is another great example of design.
Yeah.
He has designed his shapes very, very well. I mean, these are very unique drawings.
Yeah.
They're fun to look at. Sometimes he pushed things a little bit too far, like this neck here.
Yeah, but what a cool shape.
Obviously too long, but
Yeah.
I like it still, even though it's not accurate.
He looks like he's even aware of his negative shapes too. Just little portions there and
Yeah. Yeah, he pushes the contours into simple shapes, but he pushes those shapes a little bit in a unique way that makes his style very distinguishable. I bet if I look at his other drawings, I could tell that they're his.
this is one that Todori should see. This is an example of someone who likes playing with shapes, likes playing with lines, likes playing with contours. Kind of like when you doodle and you try to make it look nice.
Yeah, and he's playing with the shapes, but he's still indicating simple cylinders and simple forms.
Yeah.
He's putting in a little bit of anatomy every once in a while, but I could still feel the simple cylinder under there.
Yeah.
Like with this leg in here, the way it connects to the hip.
Yep.
This is a simple cylinder.
Yep.
And I can feel that the hip, he's thinking of it as just a ball.
Yeah.
And so the cylinder's connecting to a ball. Mm-hmm. Great design while still keeping those simple forms in there.
Jay.
What do you think of Jay?
Let's, Jay, there's a lot of wasted preliminary lines going on here. There's chick, 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 chick. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got a number of lines that are repeating the same thing over and over. But here is how you'd get past that. I want to work on this leg.
Okay.
I'm not seeing that you're thinking about a cylinder there. Maybe you are, but I'm not seeing it. How about this leg? Which end is closer to me? I can kind of tell that the top part's closer than the bottom part because of the way these lines interrupt. But a cross contour will make that more sure. Now watch what we do next. We do the thing that I've been saying over and over. Get an edge. And then this one may not be a straight edge. That's going to be sort of egg-shaped. But look how fun, if nothing else, look how fun it's going to be to turn this into something that is boxed up. And when we have a back plane, here's what we're missing from yours. We're missing a side plane. I'm going to go ahead and just darken this all in as if that were a foot with a side plane that all goes dark blue, and then we'd see the little sliver of a top plane there. Now, the point of this is why all of these outlines everywhere? when we don't have the outlines around something. You know, it might even be interesting to just trace a side plane like this, like you did if you were a kid and you used to draw and try to figure out if you could do letter forms in different positions. Do you see just that? And then once you say, oh, and it's got some width to it too, that's going to help you more in keeping track of where things are than all those outlines you've done. And it'll also make it so that when you want to refine this and say, these are going to be hamstrings, and those hamstrings are going to grip, look what I've done, they're going to grip this egg form that's going to be in there, and we'd be able to actually draw those hamstrings and get the refinement of them because we could relate them to the great big simple form. Now, here's what I think. The mannequin is a great way to do this so that you've got a fleshed figure doing this. A fleshed figure with contours. Watch this leg down here. You see how if I'm going to get the cross contour around there, I'm going to need, watch this next line. This next line goes off that way. When I look at here, I'm not sure that you are committing yourself to something that could be really well understood in straighter line forms.
All right, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time.
Do you do accents?
But he speaks Russian.
He speaks Russian, and his father has a really strong Russian accent. So he could probably do a great Russian accent. I didn't know that we were recording. I hadn't
Okay,
hit the
sound
button.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
Who's next?
Well, the next one is the RoboBean.
Okay, we're moving
And
into
this
a
is
new
a-
category.
Yeah, this is a big one.
Okay.
Yeah, there were a
It is.
lot of submissions for the RoboBean.
Wow.
There were,
Great exercise, though. This is just as valuable as it can be.
let's see, the first one we'll look at is from ARC. What do you think of ARC's RoboBean?
My first thought is that you are certainly working on this problem and you are solving it. You're turning it into simple forms. I like it. I have a suggestion for you. Let's take number 17. If you know you've got something there, and that this part is closer to you than this part, and you wrap a rubber band around, just one rubber band tells you that. Then if you want to shave off that plane, you can do that. Watch this. One other rubber band, curved the other way, tells you that you would shave off this plane. Now look what you've got. Snap these rubber bands tight, and you've got a set of X lines. Snap this portion of the rubber band tight, and you've got a Z line. And then the aspect of this, which was there from the beginning, gives you a Y line. So you've got a way to efficiently find those three planes. Now, I pressed hard on those lines, so they're still evident. But it means that you would need less of this kind of thing going on and less of all of that noise going on in there. Let's do it with the pelvis. We know that the top is closer to us than the bottom. So one rubber band gives us that. That only shows us that we're looking down on it. We're also looking so that we see this plane here. We could just draw that plane in there and then run that center line like so, but look what we've got. We've got a height line, that's the Y line. They'll all go the same direction. We've now, if we snap that rubber band tight, we have an X line that's going to go off in that direction, as will all the X lines. And then we can figure that if we were to, well, here we've just got to know what we know about cubes or about blocks and figure that all the Z lines would be going in that direction. That might help you, ARC, so that you don't have to do so much of this scribbling to find it. You can also work lighter lines in the initial stages so that you have less chatter under there.
Okay, next submission is from Jay.
Yes, Jay, you've got the opposite thing going that ARC had going. You are using so few lines that you're not finding the form. And some of these lines, let's take a look at this one. You are not putting preliminary lines in there. You're making quick commitments. And so you get a line that goes like this and goes like this, and the form isn't symmetrical. It wouldn't be a bad idea to rough stuff in there and see if you can get something in there that at least gives you a guide. And once you've said that you've got a corner and you run that width line off there and you run that height line down and you run that depth line back and then you carry through with that, now you will have something that is squared up enough to have control over it. And let me show you what you can do when you have control over it. You can say that if I have this part go down like that, and that my center of the box is there, the other part will land over there on the other side at the same point. Oops, close.
You can just repeat that.
Yeah, let's do that. The other one will land over there. Oops, do it again. I'm going to try it this way. The other one will land over there at the same point. Now you're going to have symmetry in space. Now, here's another thing. You've tapered this box, and you've done it wobbly. This one comes almost straight down. This one comes in here. Here's how you get control of that. If you're going to taper this box, say it's going to come in there and come in there. And now, once we have that, we're going to have this, can we undo? We're going to have this symmetry in perspective again. We can run that back. This is something that may seem pretty finicky, as if it's advanced perspective, but really it's just keeping track of a depth line and a width line. And now, if we want that to be symmetrical over there, watch what happens. If this were the pit of the neck, we would know that the other side of the pit of the neck is not going to be over here or over here. We're not going to know that the point directly back behind it is going to run back on this line system. So we'll be able to make that there and know how to build it over to the other side. Watch how the foreshortening is going to happen because this line is going to go back there. And so we get, again, something that looks like it's been carved up out of something that was aligned. Whereas if I try to do that by saying this line comes down in there and this line goes there, that ends up being a big chunk out of there and not a chunk out of here. Now, the point of this was not to show how to carve up a box. The point was, why not, if you are going to be this assertive with your lines, why not do a little preliminary work to establish some guidelines that are simple guidelines that are not tapered. Tapered lines are not simple lines. Curved lines like that are not simple lines. But height, width, and depth lines, if you have control of them, are simple, and then you can get the complexity gradually, one point at a time. It's the same thing with that pelvis. If you've got a pelvis where you know that the width is that way, and you know that the depth is that way, and you know that the height is that way, and once you've established that clearly, now if you have a triangle of landmark points on the front, and you have another triangle back on the back. Oops, didn't get them just in exactly the right place, but I can scoot them over a little bit. Now I'm seeing those are on the other side of the box. Even an arbitrarily placed curved line in there is going to be more useful than to just go in there and try to get those things on my own and not have any idea whether those triangles are going to line up on X lines as they will automatically over here because I had X lines in mind to guide me. Same way with a great trochanter. If there's one over there, the other one's just got to be on the other side, and we'd be able to tell that as if we were to run a great big tube through there and know that the other one would be on that other side, and we're going to later pull a femur out of that and put condyles on there, and if the other leg is in a different position or back, we know where that hinge joint came from. This was all because we started with a box that was simple and didn't start to go for these curved lines sooner than we earned the right to. But yeah, more precision. You can start freely, but then when you've started freely and you have your guidelines, if you're going to be precise, be precise. Right now, you haven't started, or it looks like you've got a lot of extra, or you don't have a lot of extra lines in there, and you could use some of them, and then once you're committed to them, use them to keep it symmetrical in space.
So what I have an issue with in this drawing actually is that you foreshortened the individual boxes, but you didn't overlap them. This top box would overlap the bottom one more because you're looking, you know, above it, and as they turn towards us like this one is covering this one more. But you have, you know, we could see the entire top plane of that bottom one, and it wouldn't be that way. If we were to draw the front planes, if it was looking directly at us, we would see, you know, something like this for the front plane, and then for the hips, you know, something like this. But if all of a sudden we are looking from the top, now what's going to happen is kind of like what you indicated, and then this one's being foreshortened, so it's not going to be as long. So if you compare the length here and the length here, you know, this one's just a little bit shorter. Total, it's about the same because we're seeing two planes, but the front plane has gotten foreshortened. And then the side, we're seeing a little bit of the side, according to your drawing. According to the reference, not really. I mean, she's looking, this is pointing pretty much right at us. But I'm going to just go with what you've indicated here. Now look what happens. I'm going to overlap much more. So most of this plane will be covered up by the corner. Like that. So now you see how it looks like we're looking down at it and one of them is going over the other. If we were to push this even more, if we're going to look at the top plane, you know, even further, then, you know, we'd see much less of this, and then even less of the other. So this is actually a pretty good exercise. You know, can you push that perspective way further than what you're seeing the model doing. The next one is Ladislas. When I look at these, I could tell that you don't understand the landmarks of the RoboBean. Because, and it mainly in the rib cage. Actually, the pelvis looks pretty good to me. The rib cage, though, the bottom corners are ending at the breasts on yours. They're way too short. You want to include the entire mass of the rib cage. And the points here of the 10th rib are going to poke out, and those are the ones that are going to be the bottom of the box. So try to include the entire mass of that rib cage when you're drawing these.
Yeah, she positioned the boxes pretty confidently, pretty well. It's really a matter of proportions.
Yeah, the positioning is good. The perspective looks pretty good. In fact, she did something that most people don't do, is showing a very small, a thin top plane.
Yes.
Usually when something is just barely tilted,
Yeah.
people don't indicate that subtlety.
Yeah.
They'll just maybe put a front plane and that's it.
Yeah,
or try to tilt it way further.
Did it on the bottom plane on that one.
She's showing just a little subtlety there, which is perfect. So,
Hey, I've got something that might help with proportion.
okay.
When you have a rib cage that is this far off from the proportions of a real rib cage, here's a way to get it correct. From the front, a rib cage is pretty much an egg with the smaller part of the top, smaller part of the egg at the top. Now, from the side, it's pretty much like an egg, but a little bit flattened. Well, that's a good way to simplify it. And we know that an egg is not shaped like this. And we know that an egg is not shaped like that. So the proportions are not that difficult. Once you've got that egg form in there, in whatever position it needs to be, now, if we find a corner on it, and I'm going to use the corner that you've got, run that line down. Now we know that it just can't be too far away from the other corner. Once we run that X line off, and we're going to get that depth, well, we know that that depth can't be too far away. I'm not being precise here. I'm only showing you that we had an egg to help guide the proportions of the box that that rib cage is going to fit into.
So basically start with the bean and then add a RoboBean on top.
That's it. It's basically start with the bean and add a RoboBean on top.
Cool.
You have already given us that information.
All right, Lisa.
I have an opinion about Lisa.
Okay, well, she says tear them to shreds so I can improve. So go ahead and give her your opinion.
Well, I don't want to tear them to shreds.
Well,
But-
she asked you to.
But no, I want to help. And tearing them to shreds, there are some good things in there, but I am going to go right for what it is that you need to work on. You need to take the box thing seriously. Let me show you. Lisa, I'm seeing some nice contour lines and some lines that flow into other lines, but I am not seeing a RoboBean, and I am not seeing boxes. Why not? If you are going to have this rib cage in this position, why not just choose to block this up and turn it into something that you're going to have control over? I mean, that isn't that hard once you've established the great big position, and then when you've chosen to put that width line across there and that we see just a little more of this side than we do of that side, to get something in there that makes it specific. The point is, you're not learning anything from this drawing. But if you were to simply commit yourself to turning it into boxes, then all of that contour stuff will make sense because you had a form to which you could make these parts connect.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, Pablo.
Pablo's next?
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Pablo was somebody that did a really, really good job.
Pablo did it. Woo-hoo!
I think you just peaked the audio.
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is an example of a really, really well done Robo Bean.
It is.
The reason it's good is 1, the proportions of the boxes are correct. 2, the gestures are good. 3, the perspective feels right, so all the angles of the different planes are really nice. And 4, they're designed really well, so I like to look at them.
Yeah. Lisa, take a look at these. This is the way to take the boxes seriously. Pablo, I'm impressed. When you can see everything in the world as boxes and know that they are oriented one way or another and just imagine it, it means that you have X, Y, and Z lines to track in any position. So you know your way around that space. This is a way of sinking it into the brain. It's not that you're going to do all sorts of drawings of people that look like this. It means that if you are drawing people in these positions, you're going to know where things are.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, he did a lot of them too, so
There's another
that's
thing.
The 5th thing he did good.
Yep.
Did well.
You do it a lot.
Okay, well, let's move on to the next one then.
Who's
Next
that?
one is Paul.
Paul.
I can't see the Robo Bean, Paul. You've tried to cheat by putting details over it, because maybe the Robo Bean didn't look good on its own, and so you started relying on contour to make your drawing look good. So don't do that. Do what Pablo just did and made the drawing look good with just the Robo Bean.
Yes.
You know, if you make it have correct perspective, it's going to look good. So you don't need to put, you know, clavicle, shoulders, breasts, and, you know, wrinkles. None of that is necessary. That defeats the whole purpose of the exercise, which is to get the orientation of the torso.
Yes.
These are just outlines. I could see some indications of some Robo Bean on there, but it's so light I can't really even see it, so I can't comment on what you did under there.
Yeah.
But I suspect it wasn't good enough, and it didn't look good on its own, and so you had to embellish it with some
Yes.
outlines. So
I have a thought about that. Turning it into boxes is difficult. Boxes are sort of like people who confront you that make you feel uncomfortable. But if you get rid of people who confront you, you never grow. And when you have a corner like this that you have to decide where does that line go, then you have to make a decision that's tough. But if you make that decision and make it over and over and over, you'll know where the form is. You are not making that decision. You're putting outlines around it without knowing it yet. Boxes, 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 boxes for Paul. Paul, there's another thing going on here. You've got bad habits. You have been drawing since you were a kid, and you've got ways of putting these lines down. And the only way you can get rid of a bad habit is to replace it with a new habit. And the new habit would be few lines, boxes. Let's prescribe them for you for the next 200 to 300 drawings. Boxes until you are bored with them. When you can draw them so that they spin around in any position and you are bored because you know how to solve it, that's when you forget about it. Then do this stuff, and I bet you'll find out that it looks way more solid, way more authoritative. Let's move on to Philip.
Oh, yes, I remember this one. Okay. The main thing I see here is that the rib cage is too wide on all of them, and it's something that you're doing consistently, so it means you need to really break that habit. And what Marshall just said, if you have a bad habit, you replace it with another one.
So,
well, maybe you should study Ryan's Robo Beans.
That's something.
And his are too thin. Ryan has the opposite problem, and so maybe you guys should study each other's Robo Beans.
It's Jack Sprat and his wife.
What?
You don't know the story of Jack Sprat who could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and so betwixt the two of them they licked the platter clean? You don't know that?
I don't know what you just said.
It's complementary leanings. You balance each other out.
Okay, so they balance each other out?
Yeah.
So they should make a team and then... Okay. Philip, your rib cage is too thick. Ryan, yours is too thin. It's too long. So
balance each other out.
proportions for both of you. Next. Johnny Mon. Oh, Johnny, this was a good one too.
Oh wow,
I wanted to point out Johnny's because he has very good line quality.
it does.
Super clean, very thin lines. Thin is a good thing, I think, when you're in your initial stages of your drawing.
That's right.
If you got real thick, dark lines for your gesture or your structure part, you don't have any room to put your details anymore. Your contours and all your construction lines are just taking over the drawing. This is great. This is, I mean, good example of good line quality, and also someone that really understands perspective.
Yeah, look at how he sharpens those corners.
David Rock. So he did one with cylinders. It's not a robo bean. It's like a tube bean.
I'm not sure.
I don't think you're constructing these enough. You're trying to draw outlines of the forms. Like with this one here, you've got the ellipse, but you stopped right where the next one overlaps. Just go ahead and go right through that. This one here as well. Just flow right through it and just draw the ellipse, because the shape of your ellipse has suffered here because you tried to draw the contour rather than just moving your shoulder like this and just getting a nice ellipse there, not worrying about if it goes behind another form or not. Just get a nice ellipse on there, then good angles of the outer edges, and then a nice ellipse at the top, and that'll get you a good cylinder. But you're worried about the outline of the whole thing. In here, you drew the side and the top with one line because you just kind of went over the contour. Construct it with very solid structures.
Straight lines are just easier to understand, easier to master.
Next one is Lyrena.
Lyrena.
And I think these are good, but some of them don't really follow the structure of the boxes that you initially put down. You have these two layers. You've established the robo bean, and then you start going over it with your outlines, but it's almost like you don't even pay attention to your robo bean. You just start drawing outlines right over it. So try to use your robo bean, or if you're going through that second stage and you notice that your robo bean is off and you're making corrections, that's why it's not following, then go back and correct the robo bean. Don't just draw outlines over it without correcting the structure underneath.
Lyrena, I think that what you're working on is going to help you a lot. The final parts, let's go back to that one right there. Mm-hmm. This is an example of where when you know anatomy, you will do better because you'll see that the rib cage is in there. And this one also, your contours are not informed enough by that simple structure underneath there. Nevertheless, that still looks kind of nice. These have gotten better because you've worked on the robo bean. They aren't as good as they will be. My response is that, yes, you're in the developing stage of this, but the more you take this seriously, the better these are going to look. Don't jump ahead so much. Those contours were a jump ahead. Some of them work. The squashing and the stretching on some of them work. But I think it would be better to build this up incrementally by going from that simple structure of the robo bean to gradually making it more anatomically sound, instead of going from the simple structure of the robo bean to finished flesh that doesn't understand the step in between.
Right. So putting more structures on the robo bean, but still thinking of volumes instead of contours, right?
Yeah, primary and subordinate forms. Primary forms are rib cage, and then subordinate forms are the parts that are on there, external obliques and pecs, yeah.
Deltoids, yeah, okay.
Right, but not from rib cage
That's
and then all the way to the finish.
That's what I talked
That's
about
right.
in the mechanization video.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time.
It goes
Oh, they're here.
They're here.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Stan Prokopenko. This is Marshall Vandruff. And we are very excited to do some critiques for you on the submissions for the structure lessons.
We are.
Yes, we are. So I want to point out our setup because I'm really happy with it. This is a Cintiq 24 HD. It's a monster. And I set this up this way because last time we did critiques, we were sitting there with the paper and we were pointing things out and they couldn't see what we were looking at. We didn't draw at all.
We didn't draw for the whole hour.
Yeah. And so with this, while we're looking at the artwork, we can do little tracings over them. We could draw on the side.
Yes.
We could actually show them what we're thinking instead of just pointing at the paper.
Yes.
You
will be happier with this.
Yes, so this is going to be really cool. So last time I also didn't really introduce you well enough. I think people need to know a little bit more about you. The reason I really wanted you to come back and do the structure one is because you're known for your perspective classes.
I teach perspective.
You teach
yes.
a lot of perspective, which is perfect for structure.
Yes.
Oh, and then you told me that you were also working on a little series for perspective.
I am.
When is that going to come out?
That could come out a year from now.
A
It
year?
could come out a long time from now.
Okay.
I learned perspective by teaching perspective. And that was in 1994 when I gave a series of lectures at Fullerton College. And we videotaped the lectures and they exist. And you can buy them at my website. It's me and a chalkboard. But I want to do more than me and a chalkboard.
You didn't have a Cintiq back in
There were
94?
there were no computers. In fact, I didn't even know
Wow.
about how 3D programs worked and that you could have a top view and a side view and a front view and that you could deduce what something looked like in 3/4 views, even though architects have been doing it for a long time.
Okay, so people that want to learn more about perspective, until you release your really, really well-produced
Yeah.
technological version of perspective, they can get the 94 version on your website
The,
now?
the 1994 version may only be me and a chalkboard, but it was the best train of thought that I could give you so that if you're a beginner and you want to understand how perspective works, it's demos on a chalkboard, but it is a train of thought where it will hurt less than perspective hurts typically. It helps to have somebody walk you through it and show you the moves. And it also helps to have them talk and say, watch this right now, because here's what I'm going to do. This line goes not to this point, but to this point. And so a demo is way, way better. It means that you sit back, you watch over and over until you understand, and then you can practice it.
Okay, cool. So where do they get it?
They get it at marshallart.com. That's my website.
And there's going to be a link there.
And there will be a link there, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then here is the link
And here is the link.
right there.
Good.
All right. Well, I guess let's go ahead and start the critiques. Let's look at all the stuff. We got a lot to go over. There's 5 parts. We got the structure basics. We
Okay.
got the bean. We got landmarks, robo bean, and then mannequinization.
Yeah.
Each one of those lessons had people, submitting their stuff. So
What do we start with?
we're gonna go through them in the same order as the videos came out. The first one that I wanted to go over was Nicholas Allott. Nicholas did this really cool diagram of a cylinder from pretty much every angle. I think this is actually a really interesting exercise. This isn't what I told him to do, but this is really cool.
Great.
But what I noticed in these is that the cylinder right here, the cylinder that he's putting in, is way too thin.
Yes, it is.
Very quickly. So here he's got a circle, right? The cylinder's pointing right at us.
Yep.
This one's pointing right at us. And then the next one over, he's got it rotated just a little bit over to the right. And what happens when the cylinder rotates is the ellipse gets thinner. But his got really, really thin, way too quickly. because you're only seeing just a little bit more of that side. So this would actually be still, kind of circular.
It certainly would.
More like that. Not a perfect circle, because a perfect circle would be more like that. But, not that much thinner.
That is correct.
So all of these, pretty much, all of these that he did just got way too thin. So these cylinders look like they've been flattened, like somebody stepped on it and got, the cylinder got flattened out.
Actually, the ones out here, these ones,
Circle it.
yeah, these ones aren't as bad because they are in a position where they are pretty. We don't see that much of this plane because we see most of this. Still, also, there's another problem, is that the ellipses, the shape of the ellipses would be a little bit more, they would be a little more open. We have to make sure that they don't come to a point. Actually, those are, I shouldn't say that. Those are pretty good.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think those look like they've been flattened?
They do look like they're a little flattened, but
Okay.
not that much. Here, it's severe. See, if that, as you were pointing out, if that is that foreshortened, we're looking at way more of this end.
Yeah.
Probably closer to something like that. And even that might even still be just a little, no, that's pretty good.
That looks pretty good to me. Yeah, so basically that's enough about that. People get the point. Their ellipses just got really thin very quickly.
Yeah.
So on to the next one. So these are all the submissions that that people submitted of the animals, and most of them are actually really good. I was pretty happy with the way you guys did these. Ron Robinson, again, remember Ron?
Yes, I do. Broad-shouldered Ron.
Broad-shouldered Ron. And actually, he sent us a little note.
Did he send a picture?
He didn't. I wish Ron, come on.
Sounds
Send
like
us
you're...
a picture to prove that you actually have big shoulders.
You talk some pretty broad shoulders, Ron.
Yeah, he said, I sent Mr. Vandriff a note thanking him and confirming his speculation about my shoulders. I do have broad shoulders and a bulky frame.
I'd like to see.
I don't believe you.
Words are cheap.
All right. Well, Ron, I would like to do a little tracing of one of yours. So nice drawing, Ron. And this is actually a really nice sketch of a rhino. But you could have done a lot more to show the structure of that rhino. You have a lot of squiggly lines, a lot of messy lines everywhere that don't really do much to show the structure. And then look at this contour that you have here. You have so many lines doing this sort of thing. So it looks like you're just trying to find your outlines, which means that you're looking at the contour too much. If you were to try to imagine these as simple forms, you wouldn't be sketching it in like this. I mean, if you're trying to indicate a cone, just get the angles of the cone, and there's your cone. You don't need to try to find the contour with so many lines. And yeah, I mean, even in this leg here, I can see you're just looking for the contours. You're showing a little overlap and the knee, and then in here kind of going in and then back out. Just too much, way too much detail. That's not mannequinization, although this exercise was structure, but that's basically the same thing. You're mannequinizing the animal. You're making, you're constructing it from simple forms. So, let me do my version, how I would have done it in a slightly cleaner way. And you'll see the difference here, how much more three-dimensional it's gonna look when I construct it out of simple forms. So I'm gonna start with the gesture, kind of just get my placement in there. So let's see, you got like an angle this way from the head to the peak of the first hump. And then the second hump is further away. I'm gonna make it a little smaller. And then you got the body, maybe a little bigger. Bottom of the legs. So something like that, that's good enough for the gesture, I think. Now we can start coming in here and adding a little bit more detail. So the first big mass I'm looking at here is the body. And when I look at it, I'm seeing a cylinder. It's kind of rounded off, so it's more maybe a bloated cylinder at the bottom, but I'm gonna actually just think of it as a cylinder. Right here, right between the two humps, I am seeing a flat plane right there. And that's like the top of the cylinder, and it's pointing down to the horizon line. And then at the bottom of the cylinder, we're gonna get an angle like this, and that's pointing up to the horizon line. So there would be a vanishing point out there on the horizon, to really far out to the right. But since we're looking at him from the front, you'd see the cylinder doing this sort of thing. So that's the cylinder of the body. So you'd see the front, and then the sides would point to the horizon. Okay, so this little line here and then the bottom are a really great way to show the perspective of this rhino. And then right through here, I'm seeing the connection of the cylinder to the hip area. Okay, and then the hips, like to think of them as a boxy form. So right here, where you're showing a little bit of a corner right here, I'm gonna make that even more of a corner. I'm gonna show the edge, and then the back, kind of round off this plane, and then the top. Okay, so you got the top plane here, and I'm going to round off this top plane as it kind of goes over to the other side. And then right over here, the hump connects right to that, like so. And I'm gonna think of it as just a simple cone. Maybe actually move this over a little, move this side over, just so I'm getting a little bit of this flat, like that. And then you got the other one. So look at all these overlaps. This front hump is overlapping the cylinder, and the cylinder overlaps this back hump, which is kind of on back here on the hips. All right, then the hip connection to the leg, I'm going to think of the leg as another cylinder. And just, I'm going to really simplify it. I'm seeing, you're indicating some stuff going on here, but I'm going to simplify it to a really easy shape. Quick cylinder, and then just make it maybe a little bit wider towards the bottom, just to make him a little more stable. And thinking about how these curves would wrap this way for the cylinder, because we're looking down at the legs. We're above the ground, obviously, so anything that's right here near the ground, we're looking down at it, so the cylinder would be something like this for the foot. This shoulder area in here, I'm seeing a connection kind of like a cylinder that's been cut in half. So seeing a connection through here, a top plane, and then it kind of curves around like this, and then you get the front plane, and that's the cylinder right there. So you're getting this flat plane here, and then this is the front kind of curving over this way, and then the leg would connect right to that as a cylinder. Simple cylinder shape. Okay, then the neck connection right through there. I'm seeing top plane, and then it transitions to a side plane. So you could think of it as a cylinder, or you could think top and side through there. cone. And I'm actually gonna, for this cone, I'm gonna combine it with a box. So thinking something like this. So it's like a box that's been rotated like this. And then just kind of cut in half, and so all you're seeing is this part of the box. Right, so it's a front plane and then a side plane this way. And then the way it connects down here is like a cone. So you see how structured it's starting to look very three-dimensional. It's definitely not like a finished drawing, something you would present as a final, piece of artwork. This is construction. This is just kind of preliminary sketches as you're defining the three-dimensional structure that you're going to be drawing tone over. And this definitely helps you when you start shading, and it definitely helps you when you start designing your shapes, because you can design them in a way that will help to show the three-dimensional forms better. Okay, so finally here, just the head. I'm seeing the head overlap the neck, and then there's this downward facing plane, and then kind of indicating that it goes back this way in here, so down and then out, and then it gets thinner. And then I'm just gonna create a front plane for that. I know there's top lip, bottom lip, and all that. I'm just gonna simplify it to a box. And then maybe for the jaw, because this isn't just a flat plane on the rhino, the jaw really comes out. So maybe right through here, angle it out a little bit, and attach another box, and then curve that back in. So this would connect something like this. Yeah, so just simplifying it. See how simple that is to just front plane, side plane, front plane, side plane, top plane, and then another front plane. Really just thinking about the angles of the planes. So simplified is actually a little bit harder than just copying the outlines that you're seeing, because you have to think, you have to imagine what those forms would look like as simplified forms instead of the way you're seeing them. So trying to simplify is a very good exercise, and try not to pollute it with all this extra stuff, because what you're doing is you're just trying to make your drawing look good because of insufficient structure. Your structure doesn't carry the drawing enough, and so you're just adding detail to make it look good. Yeah. And that doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah.
It might get you a better looking drawing, but practice drawing the structure.
It's like with icing on a cake, the cake has got to be a solid cake, not a mushy cake that's got all sorts of carvings and delightful things on the surface.
So this leg, it's going to be hard to simplify it to one cylinder, just because you're showing so much of a pinch here and then kind of a stretching on this side. So we can simplify it to two cylinders, one for the upper leg going this way, and then one for the bottom part of the leg, wrapping back this way. And then in between would be just like a shape that connects those two volumes. So if you are watching the free version, there is a whole lot more in the premium section. This is just a portion of it. If you want to see the whole thing, go to proko.com/figure. And not only will you get an extended version of this video, but all the videos from the Figure Fundamentals series. So all the lessons that we critiqued.
I watch the premium videos. I like
Yeah.
the premium videos. I think everybody should watch the premium videos.
I think so too.
I watch them more than once.
You watch one video more than one?
Yes, I watch one video more than once.
Why?
I'm impressed.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and they're $79.
Yeah,
So it's a great deal.
I think so.
It's way cheaper than to pay $120 for a class where it takes somebody
120.
for
Where do you get a cheap class for 100?
$320 for a
Yeah,
class,
that's
and
a
it
little
takes
more like it.
forever for the teacher to get to the point, and Stan just rockets these things one after another after another. That's why they are worth watching more than once, and I am very impressed with them.
Thank you, by the way, for all the people that are already premium members. It's because of you that we have this Cintiq, that we have 3 cameras pointing at us and the lights.
And an expensive guy behind the camera.
Yes, John Nightmeister.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you guys for supporting Proco.com. And also thank you for supporting Marshall in his DVD.
Oh well, no. These were DVDs. They were VHS tapes. They were DVD. They were 1994 lectures, and I am now offering them for $12. You get a whole semester of me teaching perspective, and I will take you through all that stuff that we went through: how to place ellipses, how to spin a box. 3 lectures on right angles, 3 lectures on circles and ellipses, 1 set of lectures on inclined planes, combining boxes and spheres, and how you do that, all that stuff.
Wow, for $12.
For $12, you'll get a course that will explain all the stuff we talked about in detail. And you get to see me with hair.
Oh yeah, this is 94.
That counts for something.
I'd pay $12.
I was a stud. Hey, if you like this video, share the wealth. Tell your friends. Post it on your favorite social network. And don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter at Proco.com.
Bye-bye. Right here you got a circle. Jesus, that's horrible. Cut that out. Right here you got a circle. And then here he's rotating that cylinder just a little bit. Oh my God.
I know what it's like.
Sorry, hold
Stan,
on.
you have my sympathy. I
Jesus
totally
Christ,
know
what's
what
going on here?
I know
think
what it's like. It's hard to
Here,
draw on this
let
thing.
me put on my fancy glove.
And everything will go magic now.
Yeah. I think the brush is too small too. Okay. I'm gonna start that over.
I know the feeling.
Okay. Oh, I hope that doesn't happen during.
Is that the dog?
Yes. Now I have a wolf too.
Can we get it going?
No, don't. You're gonna.
Todore. Is that how you pronounce the name? How do you know how to pronounce these names?
I don't know how to pronounce the names. We screwed up every name last time.
Maybe everybody who sends you in their name should have a little legend next to it.
Two people did.
Yeah, that spares us embarrassment.
So, Todori, your drawings are very nice. I think what would really help it is to keep your lines a lot cleaner. And also try to design your shapes better. They're really sloppy the way you sketch them in. I don't feel the roundness of the top and the bottom. And what I mean by design, is just to make the shapes more attractive. Design is something that's very difficult to explain, but when you see it, you know it. And so I guess a really good way of showing you how to do good design is to show you some good examples of design. So another person submitted the bean, who I think has a very good design. His name is Powell. So if you look at his, you can see that the shapes are very attractive. They're more, they're just more pleasant to look at. And you can also feel the volume of the top and the volume of the bottom.
I want to make a comment on that too.
Okay.
When the design is not pleasing to you, here what he says, find an example that you like. Find a master. Find someone who draws that you love their shapes. In your collection of favorite drawings, go through and say, I just love the way this person makes shapes. And use those as a touchstone so that it's as if they're the grown-up and you're trying to be like that kind of grown-up. Also things in nature too. If you're a person who loves cast iron architecture, if you love Baroque designs, if you love volcanoes exploding, if you love the way water makes these shapes, having pictures of those in your environment and looking at them starts to affect you in what you say, this is a beautiful shape. And what you've got here could benefit from some things like water flowing or flames.
So just study other people's designs, and then you'll pick up those habits, those little things that they do to their shapes to make them look better.
Yeah.
But mainly, the reason your design isn't working is because it's not clean enough. It's just messy. You're not thinking about the shape at all. You're doing this over and over and over again, and you might just be going too quickly. On to the next person. Powell, actually, the one that I just talked about as a good example of good design. My suggestion for you is to try to exaggerate it a little bit more. When I look at yours, they're all very vertical. They look very similar. So try to push the twisting or the leaning, the tilting, push the motion a little bit more because all of yours look very similar. And I'm looking at some of these and I recognize some of the poses. And if I'm right in the pose that I'm thinking of, you could have pushed it a lot more. So yeah, just exaggerate more. Push that motion. That's the whole purpose of this exercise, is to look at the motion and to capture it through just two balls in a sock. So, do you have anything to say for Powell?
No, I agree with what you said. They are nice and they are tame.
Yeah, good design, but push it. Yeah. Okay.
Get it wild.
X Carbon. That's not your name.
I believe it's your name.
Yeah, right.
You've convinced me, X Carbon.
He must have celebrity parents then.
X Carbon. I like that name.
Yeah.
Tame.
I think, what?
Tame again, isn't it?
Tame? Yeah, I would give him the same advice. Exaggerate him more.
But it's nice. It's a nice, they're nice gunny sacks with two beach balls in them. Mm-hmm. And they're squash and stretch.
And every once in a while, the lines are messy again. You're rushing through them too much. Think of each one of these as a drawing you're going to frame and put up on a wall somewhere. You shouldn't just go through the motion real quick just to get out of the way. I mean, if you're going to practice, do it correctly. Try to do something that you're going to be proud of. And a lot of these look like you just went in there, you just did something real quick, moved on to the next one. So, yeah, just more heart. What do you think?
I agree. I think that they're tame. And it's the same thing that we saw with Powell.
Yeah.
If you see how far you can push it and how radical you can stretch and squash and amp those things up.
So, Margot, it looks to me like you're drawing the same drawing over and over again. I can't tell what the bean is doing in most of your drawings here. It looks like you put the same exact circle in the same spot for each of them, and then you try to do something with the way they connect, but you're not thinking of the tilting of these two balls, and you're not really thinking about the twisting, not nearly as much as you should be. They just look like the same drawing over and over again. So really, you got to go through these again, look at the pose, figure out what is unique about this pose, and push it.
I have a suggestion for Margot.
Okay.
Instead of trying this from the model, try this from examples that have already been done. Try them from examples of some of what the students have done. Try them from what Stan has done, so that you will dare to put a contour line, a cross contour line, or center line rather in this case, a center line on each one of those balls that changes direction. I think that because you are looking at a human figure and trying to do these, that you're afraid to really twist these forms. And when someone has already done it, then you might, in copying it, dare to do it yourself.
Yeah. Oh, another thing is, I'm just looking at the specifics of each one of these. And this one in the middle, this one here, he has the wrong twist. So the overlaps are opposite. So let me show you real quickly how I would do it. So let's take a look at the twisting motion that you got here. Mainly I'm concerned with the overlaps that you have drawn. You're making the hips go over the rib cage here and the rib cage go over the hips here. And in this case, actually, it would be the opposite. Not looking at the pose yet. I'm just looking at the twisting motion. So if we were to draw a twist like this, where the center line is pointing this way on the top and this way at the bottom, generally you would have the overlaps going the opposite way. So let's say these are the volumes. The overlaps would follow the gesture line, the center line right through here. See how the top continues the flow of the gesture here, and then the bottom continues the flow of the gesture here. The overlap on this side goes against the gesture, so it doesn't really follow the twisting motion. However, in this pose, if you look at the photograph, the leaning forward actually overrides some of that. And she's not twisting that much. So you're not going to get this extreme of overlaps on both sides. What's actually going to happen in the pose that we're looking at, like that, and then the hips are going this way. And the rib cage is in front of the hips. And so there won't really be much of an overlap. It's just going to do something like this. Very, very subtle overlaps here. On this side, yes, because the rib cage is coming in front of it, but is coming forward towards us. But on this side, you could maybe put a little bit of an overlap this way, or you could even just put the rib cage in front on both sides, just because it's coming forward a little bit, to show that the rib cage is in front of the hips. If we were to exaggerate this concept, what would happen is you'd have a rib cage and a pelvis behind it this way. See how these both overlaps really emphasize the fact that this is in front of this. Okay, so I hope that makes sense to you. And let's move on. Jennifer, wow, nice paper. It's brown, and you got some shading in there. Unnecessary. But she's having fun.
Yeah.
She's enjoying the exercise.
It doesn't add to it.
But I promote that sort of thing to just enjoy. Try to make it fun for yourself. If this is the way she wants to make it fun, go ahead, go for it. Even though she's shading the beans when really she should just be focusing on the motion of the beans.
Yeah.
And she got the shading in there, but the motion isn't working. This one here, for example, you have the inside compressing this way, not showing a pinch. If the bean were to do this sort of thing, going this way and this way, what would happen is you'd get a pinch here and a stretching here. So you'd see something like this, and then probably one side would go over the other, depending on which side's coming towards us. Okay, so you'd see something like this, and since I've indicated this one going over, this would be the peak of the bean here. And then you'd see like a center line, something like this. Okay, so don't do this sort of thing in here. Don't warp it. It really hurts the tension that you really could show with a pinching.
I think that the tone paper and putting the highlights and the shading on there is a distraction. I think that should be dessert.
Okay.
Yeah, Jennifer, I think that you should earn your dessert. I think you should get that squash, stretch, pinch, not warp stuff first.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Delia T.
Delia T submitted these.
Okay.
So, what do you think about this one?
I think this is someone who is working on form and has isolated form, and I have a, yeah, I would like to point out what could be done right here. There is a center line problem. If this line is this curved, the center where you've got that point there would actually have to be over here. You see how if we had a curve as much as you've got it curved, look how that center wants to be there. If you have a center there, what's more likely to happen is that you would have a line that would go like this. We'd be looking almost straight on it. Let's do it over here. If I've got a center there, and I've got a line that is also going through the center, that's going to be a fairly straight line there. But if I have that line this curved, I need to make it so that it looks like it's over here on this side. That would make more sense. You can't put that curved a line on something there without making it feel like it belongs over there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next one, Raymar. That's a brand of canvas.
Raymar.
Raymar. I like these. They're simple. He's putting in only what's necessary. Mm-hmm. I'm seeing an issue with the bottom one. Again with the twisting motion, kind of like how I just showed.
Oh yeah.
This one he completely reversed it. She's twisting the other way. It's like he mirrored it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you really flipped the drawing here. It's doing this sort of thing, right? I'm exaggerating the gesture here. So the flow is an S curve this way. However, you have a flow going this way based on your overlaps. So you pretty much just reversed it. Also, you have what looks like a center line in here going behind the form. If that's supposed to represent the spine, which it probably is because you're indicating the back plane here, it's not really going behind anything. It's actually coming closer to us in through here. And then on the other side, at the bottom, you have another center line. And if this is the spine, then this is probably the belly. But we're not seeing the belly at all. So this bean just doesn't match this pose. What I would have done here is something like this. So you have a tilt. That's the first thing I'm establishing. So I'm thinking about the angle of the torso going this way, which you captured correctly. This is good. And then the other side, something like this. And notice how I'm doing an overlap. I'm not doing one right on top of the other. I'm putting this one behind this one because she's leaning towards us. So then I can add the spine. And then at the bottom here, it's pretty much right in the middle. It's pointing right at us. So you get something like that, this kind of flow. All right, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. I guess it's pretty good. Oh, let's do one of me drawing and you're watching.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, as I went over in the last video, I'll start by marking the top and bottom of the figure to establish the vertical placement on the page. I've measured this pose to be about 7.5 heads tall. I'll take my best guess at what the size of the head should be and take that measurement with the pencil. Continue adding that measurement until the bottom of the pose. Make sure to keep the marks light, since we're not sure yet if the head unit is correct. We might need to adjust the marks. Okay, so it looks like my first guess for the head size is slightly too big. With that head size, the pose ended up being only 7 heads tall. I'll adjust it to fit another half a head in there. It's important that you try to be as accurate as possible here, because everything will be based on the first few measurements you make. Start with a mistake, and that mistake will compound throughout the whole drawing. That head size works much better. I'll just drop the bottom a tiny bit to make the pose exactly 7.5 heads, and erase the old marks. Get a basic shape in there for the head, starting with the angle for the front of the face. Remember that the head won't always be exactly in the middle of the page. Then I'll take the back of the head, considering the width to height relationship of the head shape. 2 angles for the top. Okay, before I move on to draw the body, I want to find some markers for the width of the pose, just how I did with the height. I'll take the height of the head with the pencil and add that length to the side starting from the edge of the face. One more ends exactly at the end of the fist. Continue the same thing the other way. Two and a half units to the edge of the arm. The arm is right about here. So now I'm confident that I have the top, bottom, left, and right edges of the pose marked accurately, and I can base my other measurements from the vertical and horizontal marks I've made. Let's find the envelope of this pose to help establish the boundaries. A bit under the second head unit is the elbow. Almost at the bottom of the seventh head unit is the bottom of his left foot. Horizontally, it falls at about this marker here. Connect that shape and continue it over to the other heel. The next point is the right fist. I already know the horizontal placement, so just need to find the vertical, which is right at the bottom of the second head unit. And complete the envelope shape. Follow the trapezius to the acromion process and find an angle to the other side. Always use the landmarks of the acromion to find the angle of the shoulders, and then double check that angle with horizontal and vertical plumb lines. I noticed that from the center of the head to the acromion is one head length. Now that I'm confident with the placement of the head and the shoulders, I can connect them with the shape of the neck. Moving on to the body now. I'll start by finding the placement of the armpits. Simple angle from the corner of the shoulder on the left side. On the right side, I'll start by dropping a plumb line from the side of the head to the pinch point where the lat meets the oblique. And from there, angle out to where the lat meets the arm. Double check to make sure the end of each crease at the armpits relate with the correct angle. Halfway into the third head unit is the vertical position of the right elbow. Just to the left of this marker is the horizontal position. And find the placement of the wrist, again using the vertical and horizontal alignments. I found enough points for this arm, so I can just connect all of them with some simple gesture lines. a simple shape for the fist using a few straight lines. Basically just using a rectangular placeholder for now. I think I measured the placement of the lat wrong. It should be a tad over to the right. From there, find an angle to the hip, and find an angle of the bottom of the crease under the glutes. Looks like the left side of that line ends at about the bottom of the fourth head unit. The greater trochanter falls nicely right on this horizontal marker. From there I'll find the other corner of this box. You can see that I've established a square shape for the hip region. In reality the corners are much rounder, but it's better to just find the angles first. Double checking the width of the hips, and looks like I need to make them just a little wider. I'll add on more to the right side. Looks like that side can be farther to the right. And it's safer to move the hips to the right because it makes for a more dynamic pose. Moving the hips to the left would make this pose feel stiff. Now I'll find the center line at the spine, observing the angles of each section of the spine. Angle of the pelvis, the points of the posterior superior iliac spine, or the dimples, line up with the bottom of the third head unit. Find the angle from one to the other. Okay, moving on to the left arm now. Dropping a plumb line to find the right side of the wrist, and looking for a horizontal alignment for the bottom of the hand. Same approach as I took for the right arm. If you can find the placement of the shoulder, elbow, and wrist, it's very easy to connect those points with some gesture lines and get the shape of the arm. Remember what I said about triangulation in the last video. Double check your angles by comparing 3 points rather than 2. And in this case, I can even compare 4 points. I'm also observing this negative shape between the arm and torso. And a few simple angles for the shape of the hand. Okay, let's move down to the legs. I'll start by finding an angle from the top of the crease of the glutes to the point where the top of the leg meets the hip. And find the gesture line, making sure I get the angle of the curve correct, not just the curviness of the curve. I'll make sure I get the right angle by double checking the end point with a plumb line. The bottom of the fifth head unit takes us down to the bottom of the thigh. An angle for the other side, and again double check it with a plumb line. When you're finding a new point, it's a good idea to relate it to 2 or more points you've already found. Again, that's the concept of triangulation. A plumb line from the armpit drops to the left side of the heel. And finish the gesture line. Notice the simple S-curve of the main gesture line of this pose. If I was trying to make this pose more dynamic, I would start by curving this S-curve more. However, this demonstration is intended to show measuring techniques, and more gesture in the hips in this pose might make it less masculine. So it's not always a good idea to exaggerate the gesture. Thinking of a foreshortened cylinder for this calf muscle. The bottom of the 6th head unit lines up with this plane change in the bottom of the foot. Find an angle of the heel. And complete the shape of the calf. Relating the bottom of the toes to various other points around it. C-curve gesture. Like with the hands, I'm starting with a simple abstract shape. Making a few minor corrections. Alright, let's get the shape of the other calf in there. Looks like at about the bottom of the 6th head unit is the peak of that curve. Curve for the belly of the muscles, and then a straight at the lower half, which is mostly tendon and bone. Looking for the alignment of the big toes so that I have enough points to finish the shape of the foot. Woo! Almost done with this portion of the lay-in. Just need to get the stick in there. Using some more head units to find the bottom of the stick. Simple angles following an S-curve gesture. I'm making the stick a little thicker than in the photo to make it heavier and more masculine. Maybe it's too thick though. I'll keep going with this and look at it again with a fresh eye. That's it for this portion of the lay-in. In the next video, I'll start developing the forms and subtleties of the anatomy. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Hey there, my name's Stan Prokopenko. Thanks for watching Proko. This is the first figure drawing video, and it's probably one of the most important. In this lesson, I'll be covering gesture. What the butt munch is gesture anyway? Gesture, rhythm, motion, action, flow. These are all words that are used interchangeably, and they basically mean the same thing. They all refer to the movement between things. It's not the contours or the forms or the tones, it's the movement that connects the contours, forms, and tones. For example, if you have 3 balls, the gesture here would be a C-curve that describes the relationship of these balls. This would be the contour, but this is the gesture. It's simple to understand, but difficult to put into practice when you're actually drawing a human figure. We're so tempted to draw the details of the anatomy and all the little bumps of the contour because we think the details will make our drawing look better. But the reality is, the detail is nothing without the gesture. You might accidentally get some gesture while you're copying the contours, but I don't like to rely on accidents. A better approach would be to practice finding the gesture of the figure so many times that it becomes second nature. Quick sketch is a common exercise in art school that involves drawing the model from life within a few minutes. A typical quick sketch lesson lasts 2 to 3 hours, with poses ranging from 30 seconds to 10 minutes per pose. Gesture is the primary concern. Doing this exercise will train you to see the gesture immediately. You can feel it. Then you'll be able to design the details to complement the gesture instead of copying details randomly. Your journey of mastering Quick Sketch will be a long but exciting one. There's a lot to learn, and every time you learn something new, your sketches will show improvement. During a normal session, you'll finish anywhere from 25 to 100 drawings. Think about that. You're drawing the human figure up to 100 times within a few hours. If you do this on a regular basis, you're gonna get better. The best thing about it is it's actually fun, if you don't stress over it. In this video, I'll go over all the concepts you need to know for a successful quick sketch drawing that focuses completely on gesture. In future videos, I'll build onto that and introduce additional concepts, all of which come together. And in the end, with enough practice, you can use all these concepts to produce a completed quick sketch drawing in 5 to 10 minutes. Gesture is in everything, not just the figure. It's in the clouds, waves, trees, mountains. George Bridgman describes it like this.
Rhythm was not invented. It has been the measured motion of the universe since the beginning of time. There is rhythm in the movement of the sea and tides, stars and planets, trees and grasses, clouds and thistledowns. It is a part of all animal and plant life. It is the movement of uttered words, expressed in their accented and unaccounted syllables, and in the grouping and pauses of speech. Both poetry and music are the embodiment, in appropriate rhythmical sounds, of beautiful thought, imagination, or emotion. Without rhythm, there could be no poetry or music. In drawing and painting, there is rhythm in outline, color, light, and shade. George Bridgman.
Wow, that's deep. So basically, gesture is in everything around us. It's an approach to drawing that you can use to draw anything. Gesture is by far the most important element of drawing the figure. All the other elements of the drawing should work to complement and agree with the gesture. Gesture is the motion, the action, the body language, the energy, the story, the idea, the message. Without gesture, the drawing is static and boring. It has no story. Use gesture to tell a story by capturing the body language. We use our whole body, not just words, to communicate ideas and emotions. This is what the gesture should capture. What is the person doing? What is he feeling? What did he just do? Or what is he going to do? This could be told through just a few lines, which the viewer will recognize as the body and can identify the emotions the person is feeling, just like we can intuitively identify emotions of the people around us. It's a good idea to exaggerate the pose to tell a better story. As you become more skilled in exaggerating, you'll also improve in capturing the subtleties. You're probably thinking, Stan, is this another April Fool's joke? Are you drawing another stick figure? No, don't think of it as a stick figure, because that could make your drawing stiff. They're not sticks. They're not straight lines. They're action lines. Observe the pose and analyze the movement. It's more about how it feels rather than how it looks. Later, we will add more structure to these drawings to make the figures feel more solid and real. So for those of you that don't find this inspiring and are thinking, I don't want my people to look like spaghetti, remember that this is not meant to be as a finished drawing. It's an exercise to practice a concept. You're training your mind to see rhythm in everything you draw. You're training your mind to consider more than just the contours when you're drawing shape. It's an important concept that needs to be intuitive. In all these drawings that you're seeing now, the element of gesture was applied to the anatomy to make the figure dynamic. Let's go over some important concepts to remember while practicing your gesture drawings. The longest axis. When you look at a form and try to find the gesture, look at its longest axis. Going down the length of the torso, down the length of the leg, down the length of the arm. It's in the longest axis of each form where you'll find the fluid motion from one form to the next. CSI. To eliminate unnecessary information and to capture that gesture, the lines you use should be simple. Don't use anything more complicated than a C-curve, S-curve, or straight. You can use combinations of these curves as you move down the figure, but attempt to do it in as few lines as possible using the simplest lines, C, S, or I. Simplify without losing the idea. The other extreme is you can oversimplify and lose some important subtlety that's a major part in communicating the body language. For example, here the hands curving back up are very important to show the person saying, stop, don't hurt me, don't come any closer. If you oversimplify the curve of the arm to group the hand and arm into one C-curve, you lose that message. It's not as effective. So there's a balance between simplifying and adding detail to show just enough and capture the idea. Because if it's an important part to capture the idea, then it's an important part of the gesture. So make sure you identify the message and the story of the pose. Then figure out which lines are the most important in communicating that story. Line of action. Start by finding the longest action line of the body. Try to find a curve that could connect the head to the toes. Not all poses can be efficiently described with one long line that connects the head to the toes, but there is always one main line that shows a directional flow of the pose. This is called the line of action. In this pose, the line of action would be a C-curve, showing the major flow from the torso to the legs. But this doesn't tell the whole story, so this pose would need to be broken up into more parts. I think this sharp turn in the hips is important, so describing it with a soft curve isn't right. In this case, I would use a combination of a C-curve for the torso and S-curves for the legs. This pose has a nice S-curve all the way down. This one has a C-curve from the head to the left toe. This pose is really tense. I would use a zigzag to describe it. Relaxed and tense curves. The bendiness of the curve you use changes how the gesture feels. A longer, fluid curve feels relaxed and moves the eye quickly through that flow. As you start to bend that curve more, you show more energy and more tension in the gesture. Eventually, when it's bent far enough, you can use a zigzag. A zigzag indicates tension, sharp corners, very sudden changes in the movement. Nature presents this very well with water. When the water is calm, the waves flow in an S-curve rhythm. During a storm, when there's more energy in the water, the waves flow in a zigzag pattern. So when you want to create tension, think zigzag. When you want to show something is relaxed, use a flowing curve. The center line. One of the best places to start identifying the line of action of the pose is in the center line of the torso. In the front, it's from the pit of the neck down the center of the pecs to the belly button and to the pubic bone. In the back, you simply use the length of the spine. After getting this portion, you can continue that line up the neck and head, and at the bottom, continue it down one of the legs if possible. Even in this compressed pose, when you don't actually see the center line in the front or spine in the back, you'll still use the curvature of the spine and continue it through the bottom of the leg. Let's take a closer look at the natural curvature of the spine. There are 3 sections: cervical, thoracic, and lumbar. Or an easier way to think of it is the neck, rib cage, and lower back. The curvature is 2 S-curves. The neck curves forward, then back out over the roundness of the rib cage, into the lower back, and out at the sacrum, and that curve continues over the form of the gluteus maximus. You can continue this concept of stacking curves down the whole body: head and neck, rib cage and lower back, gluteus and the curve of the femur, calf to heel. Movement of the spine. Let's examine the movement of the spine so we know which areas we can push a bendier curve and which areas don't bend much. The neck or cervical area is the most flexible region. It can rotate, bend forward, backward, and sideways. The ribcage area, or the thoracic portion of the spine, can rotate far, but is very limited in the flexion, extension, and lateral bending. The lumbar region, or lower back, is the opposite of the thoracic. It's limited in its rotation, but allows for more flexion, extension, and lateral motion. The gesture of the limbs. The torso is a great place to find a center line because of its natural symmetry. With limbs, it doesn't make as much sense because they're not symmetrical individually. When looking at both arms, then yes, they are symmetrical. But when looking at just one, there is no symmetry there. So finding a center line isn't relevant. With the limbs, consider the flow and use the outsides. There's a bunch of bumps along the contours, like this leg from the front. You have the adductor group, vastus medialis, the calf muscles, gluteus medius, vastus lateralis, and the calf on the other side. There's a lot of bumps there, and it's easy to make it really stiff by drawing a bunch of curves going down the leg. But that doesn't show the gesture. To find the gesture, don't look for the curviest bumps, but rather the longest lasting curve. This is the gesture of the large form. So I'll identify that first, and then add the smaller volumes on top. This way you get a much more fluid, natural looking leg. The asymmetry of the body. Consider the asymmetrical aspect of the body from the side. The forms alternate in angle from head, rib cage, pelvis, upper leg, and lower leg. The spine has this wavy curve to it which causes the forms to angle with it. The rib cage naturally angles back and the pelvis forward. The neck brings the head forward. So we have these alternating curves coming down the figure: head, upper back, front of the body, and the booty. Then coming down the legs, the thigh curves out forward, and then the calf out backward. This causes alternating C-curves that lead the eye through the body, like a river flowing through a stream. The same thing is true for the leg from the front, and also the arm from the side. The rhythms alternate from the deltoid to the tricep, bicep, elbow, ridge group of the forearm, extensors of the forearm, corner of the wrist, and curve of the tips of the fingers. This asymmetry and alternating rhythms create the flow between the forms. The tendency for us is to make things symmetrical, but this stiffens the gesture and makes the figure look like a snowman. Cross contour. Gesture is about capturing the motion, but not all the motion is left to right or up and down. Sometimes the long axis of the forms will move towards us or away from us. Sometimes the motion will be towards the viewer or away from the viewer. The best way to show this is by identifying some cross contour lines. I'll go into much more detail about this in the structure video, but basically think of this in terms of cylinders. If the cylinder moves away from you from bottom up, then the cross contour line will wrap over the form like this. If it's coming at you, the curve will be the opposite. So when there is more movement coming at us than there is left, right, up, down, show it through cross contour across the form. Next week, I'll show some examples of gesture quick sketches and guide you step by step through the process. But I suggest you attempt to practice these concepts on your own before watching the step-by-step video next week. You'll have an idea of what it's like and will be able to pull more information from it because you know what to look for. You'll have questions you can focus on, and you can compare what you did with what I do. If you need reference photos, I have some pose file sets you can get at proko.com/poses. If you like this video, share the wealth. Tell your friends. Post it on your favorite social network. And click this button here to subscribe to the Proko newsletter if you want to be updated about new videos. Bye-bye! The other Last week I explained gesture, and this week I'll show you examples of how to apply it. If you haven't watched the gesture video yet, pause this and go watch it. Let's take a look at some examples and find their gestures. 30-second poses. Usually I'll start with the head, but not always. If I'm in the mood to identify the torso first, I'll do that. There's no rules about this. Then find the gesture of the neck and the action line to the foot. Looking at the torso, the first thing I notice is that the left side is pinching and the right side is stretching. So the shoulders will be slanted one way and the hips the other way. This brings the points closer together on the left side, compressing the forms, and brings the points further away from each other on the right side, stretching the forms. Find some rhythm lines for the legs and the arms. That right there is the most simplified version of this pose. It's only a few lines, but it's enough to explain what the pose is doing. The trick here is to completely disregard any kind of structure or mass. Draw only action lines indicating motion, almost like a person made out of noodles. Keep in mind, this is an exercise and it's not meant to get pretty drawings. It's just to develop your ability to look past details and identify the rhythms of the pose. At this point, approach the figure intuitively and go off of feeling more than what you're actually seeing. Attempt to find the curvature of each form and keep a feeling of fluid motion throughout the figure. Avoid making any parts of the body too straight. In areas where there is a strong linear movement, this could be good, but most lines will flow in a curve. In 7 lines, I was able to show the pose. You can tell what this person is doing through just 7 lines. Those must be some 7 really important lines. I better make sure that I keep those lines as the 7 most important lines in the drawing. Never lose what you've identified here. You might feel like 30 seconds is just too quick. In that case, there's two possibilities. Either you're brand new at this and you really do need a little extra time, you can try 45 seconds to a minute, or you're really overthinking it. Looking at the contours too much will cause you to draw things that are not necessary to capture the motion, and you end up running out of time. Remember to draw what you feel, not what you see. 2-minute poses. Taking 10 to 15 seconds to just look and analyze the pose is not a waste of time. It allows you to create a game plan and use the 2 minutes you have wisely. Okay, so again, I'll start with a clean oval for the head and then attach the rhythm of the neck following the sternocleidomastoid muscle. Angle of the shoulders and rhythm of the torso, using the center line to determine that curve. From a front view, I'll start from the shoulders and drop a rhythm through the side of the rib cage to the pubic bone. Get the pinching on the right side and stretch on the left. The two C curves for the gesture of the leg from the front indicate the other side of the leg with somewhat parallel rhythms, considering the thickness of each part of the leg. Now I'll find the arm rhythms, remembering to look for the motion, not the contour. And an upside down heart shape for the breasts. For a head and profile, I'll start with a circle for the cranium, angle for the front of the face, and jaw. Kind of like a simplified version of Loomis's method I went over in my Portrait Fundamentals series. Get the rhythm of the neck and the shoulders. In the torso, I'm seeing a stretch on the left side of the back and a pinch on the right side. Consider the tapering and thickness of forms. As you get comfortable ignoring detail and seeing the big picture, you can move on to a slightly more structural approach. Now you are giving some love and thought to the forms, still not drawing any 3D forms, but considering them in the design of the gesture. I'm staying true to the thickness of the form and any kind of tapering from thick to thin, such as from the hip to the knee. Whereas before, in the 30-second drawings, I wasn't concerned about that at all. I was just drawing the motion. If you tend to make your poses stiff, think of the torso and limbs as a snake. Forget about any bones, hard forms, rigid forms. Think of it as a fluid cylinder and try to see the motion. Find the C curves and S curves. Draw smart, not fast. When you do these gesture drawings of 2 to 10 minutes, the point of the exercise is not to draw as fast as you can to draw as much as possible. If you draw as fast as you can, you will have messy, bad lines, and the more you do the exercise, the more that will become a habit, and eventually you're drawing ugly lines whether it's timed or not. Instead of drawing fast, draw smart. Simplify the figure down to whatever degree needed to draw it in the time you have. As the time decreases, just filter out the next least important thing to finish the drawing in the allotted time. With a 30-second or 1-minute pose, you only have enough time to draw the most essential elements. But keep your lines clean and accurate. Look for a rhythm from the arm all the way to the end of the fingers. Unless separating the hand to its own rhythm is essential for the body language, try to find a continuous flow. The neck isn't a straight line. Avoid that infamous lollipop neck. Look for a curve that connects it to the body. The sternocleidomastoid muscle is a good clue to use. It connects the ear to the pit of the neck. So look at the active side of the neck and observe the curve to the sternocleidomastoid. The gesture won't always be there. In side or back angles, the trapezius muscles or the spine would be a better option. Pay attention to the decisions I make in the other examples. Draw through the forearms as if you have X-ray vision. This helps to make the forearms connect better and feel more accurate. If you were doing a long drawing, this isn't meant to be kept to the end of the drawing. It can be erased later, but it helps to envision the entire form to make the visible part better. Gesture is hard. Initially, we look at the gesture portion and think that it's the easiest part. It's such a simplified version of the drawing that we think it's too elementary and that we're beyond that. We're ready for something more challenging. And so we try to make our drawing look more advanced by copying details. But I give more credit to someone that can simplify beautifully than someone that can copy accurately. Simplifying requires thought. It requires a true understanding of the subject. Copying doesn't. You just need to be able to see and compare shapes, values, and edges. So please don't belittle gesture and simplification. It's the most important and the most difficult part to do well. It takes a lot of time to master and shouldn't be thought of as a beginner concept that is learned and put aside. It is the fundamental thing that makes everything work. It puts together the big picture. We see the final step in the reference, but have to draw the first step first, gesture. Even though gesture is the first step, it's also the second, third, and last. It's something that should be retained all the way through until the very end of the drawing. It's not something you draw at the beginning and then cover up with other stuff. Gesture is established in the beginning and referenced for all consecutive layers. You should be able to see and feel the gesture at each stage. Gesture is the hardest to see and execute because it's not literally visible on the surface. When we look at the model, we see the final product. We see the drawing as it should look when it's finished. So really, we're seeing the last step. We're seeing the details. And that's why so often we want to start putting in the details early, because we're seeing the last step when we look at a reference. Gesture is difficult because it's the first step and it's hidden under all the other steps. It's like the foundation of a house. When the house is complete, we don't see the foundation. But without it, the house won't stand. So the trick is to train your mind to see past the details and visualize the gesture, that first layer. So that's why simplifying is so much more difficult than merely copying. We actually have to think and analyze and interpret. From the pit of the neck, I'll find a long rhythm all the way to the heel. I'm trying to push the gesture a little more than how I'm seeing it to make sure I capture what is important here. I want to get that feeling of the hip thrusting out to the side. Don't make the contours of the limbs or the torso from the side symmetrical. When there's symmetry, the movement between the forms stops. In the areas of interest like the face or the chest, it's okay to use more symmetry. Symmetry here will stop the eye and act as a resting point where the viewer can admire the details. Along the length of the forms, add opposing rhythms to move the eye to the next form. When doing these gesture exercises, try not to let concerns of proportion get in the way of achieving a dynamic drawing. Too much focus on proportion and measuring lends to a more static, stiff pose. That doesn't mean that proportion isn't important. It is very important for the drawing to look believable and for the viewer to connect with the character, but you should never sacrifice gesture for proportion. They both have their place. Sometimes the more perfect you try to make the drawing, the less perfect it becomes. Don't worry about perfection, just focus on the motion. When finding the gesture lines, make sure they start and end in the right points. Then figure out the best simple curve to describe the masses in between those points. It's not just the curviness of the line that matters, but also the length and angle of the curve. Those have to be accurate to describe the form. I said earlier that you shouldn't worry about proportion too much when identifying the gesture. Now I'm saying make sure the proportions are correct. Seems like I'm contradicting myself. Well, kind of, but not really. You don't want to worry so much about proportion that it's debilitating to the gesture. Too much focus on proportion can cause you to completely forget about gesture and you end up with a stiff pose. And not paying attention to the proportion or the angles of the forms can actually hurt the gesture. So there's a fine balance between gesture and proportion, with more weight going to gesture. You don't have to actually draw the angle relationships and make proportional marks. Just think of them and imagine them in your mind. So the main part of the sketch is done. I'll use the time remaining to find little details to describe the forms a little better. Like the angle of the eyes, bottom of the nose, nipples, and the belly button. And I'll do a little bit of cleanup. Use the anatomy to help with the gesture. Look for areas that can be pushed so that they curve and flow parallel to the gesture. If you're not familiar with any anatomy, just do your best to do it through observation. Of course, having a deep understanding of the anatomy will help you to design the muscles in a more believable and effective way. But sometimes a very basic understanding can be enough to get a believable effect when combined with accurate observation. So every once in a while, open up an anatomy book and learn a small portion. Or you could just wait for my anatomy series that I'm doing after this figure drawing series. Eventually, I highly recommend studying anatomy until you understand every millimeter of the body. In many angles of the foot, there's a rhythm that I really like to use. I find the flow of the leg around the knee through the shin all the way to the end of the toes. Then on the backside, I follow the calf, cut through the heel to the toes. That's the rhythm, that's where the motion is. Then I attach the heel and it looks like a foot. It's a really cool shorthand that's worked well for me. The heel is a structural form. It doesn't help to show the motion through the leg to the toes. You can put the heel in, it's not that you have to remove all the structural elements. It's just that you should make sure the gesture is dominant here. You should still feel the flow through the leg after the structural elements are added. Starting with the head, neck, shoulders, and then observing the C-curve of the torso. The tendency for many people would be to draw the torso straight because it almost is. The C-curve is very subtle, but important to make her look relaxed. Making it too straight would make her feel tense and stiff. Around here, curve over the breast around the pit of the neck. Another from nipple to nipple and also under the breast, curving up to show that they're wrapping over the rib cage. This is more important than showing the downward curves of each individual breast. These curves would go against the large form of the rib cage. They're important to show the forms of the individual breasts, but at this phase, focus on the bigger picture of identifying the pose. Anatomical, detailed forms come later. When it's not too important to show the breasts wrapping over the rib cage, like when the rib cage is vertical, I like using an upside down heart rhythm. Again, curve over the breast around the pit of the neck and then under each breast. Make sure the heart is symmetrical and this V shape between the breasts lands on the center line and follows the gesture. I'll use a zigzag in the arm, giving the elbow a sharp corner. This will add more tension there, which is good because a lot of the weight of her body is being supported by that elbow. The other arm is relaxed, so I'll use a fluid S-curve. Curve the shin out at the tibia and then back in at the foot. It's very common to see a beginner draw this area straight and lose the elegant gesture of the shin to the foot. Make sure to think about this motion as you draw the contour. Or a better way of saying it, think of the motion as you design the contour. Because when you're designing something, you're changing it with a purpose. Exaggerate. Get used to being able to exaggerate the gesture. Push the story to be more exciting and more clear to the viewer. I'll show you a pose where I'll push the gesture really far as I can without breaking it. So I'm going to tilt the rib cage more diagonally and thrust the hip out further to the side. I feel like that's the main action of this pose, so that's what I'll exaggerate. Find a flow from one side of the hips to the other, creating a very strong pinch on the right. Establish the center line in the back, and I want to show that she is twisting her shoulders towards us, so the center line will disappear behind her as it goes up. I've always had a hard time finding the gesture of a straight leg from the back. It just seems like a straight vertical line. But you have to be careful, otherwise you'll get a really stiff leg. I've found that two C-curves work really well. One from the hip to the knee, and the other from the knee to the heel. The other leg I'll extend further to the side, which would twist the leg to more of a side view. The side view of the leg has an S-curve rhythm. Okay, I'll do another one. With this pose, I'm going to try to exaggerate the motion of the pelvis going back and to the right. So I'll rotate the head to the right to follow this motion. Consider the forms as you identify the gesture. When exaggerating, you need to exaggerate thinking three-dimensionally, not just 2D curves. Even though you're drawing 2D curves, you kind of have to curve them in a way that still makes sense three-dimensionally. Gesture is like the eyes of a portrait drawing. Eyes give the portrait its life, and gesture gives the figure its life. Assignments, and have fun. If I were to give you an assignment for this, if this were a real classroom environment, I'd say get a bunch of figure photos and draw 10 to 20 of them every day. I promise you will improve. And rewatch this episode and last week's episode a few times. Remind yourself what you're trying to do. And listen for those things that I repeat several times. Don't copy, don't draw the contour, find the story, etc. Also, try drawing along. The premium section has a lot of videos of example gesture drawings in real time. So you can draw along, pause if you need to, but most of all, have fun with it. Don't stress over it or get mad if they don't turn out good right away. Enjoy the process and realize that you're drawing. It's a treat just to sit down and draw for a while. If you're having fun and enjoying yourself, you'll learn better. Alright, so on this page you'll see a bunch more sketches. They're unnarrated, so you can just watch and pay attention to what I do. You can also draw along, or attempt to pose yourself and then watch me do it. Or watch me do it first and then try to replicate. Do it as you wish. If you'll be submitting for critiques, please try to attempt some poses that I haven't done in these videos yet. In the premium section, I'll be posting student work and videos of me correcting those student drawings. That's where you come in. So practice some gesture drawings using the concepts from this lesson and last week's. Post your drawing on your Facebook page, Tumblr, blog, forum, wherever you like to post your artwork. In your post, make sure to mention this video and include a link to it. Email me and tell me where I can find your drawings. Make sure to follow the guidelines that I describe on proko.com/critiques. Everyone that participates will be able to download that critique video. So go practice, and then post your drawings. Oh yeah, and then if you need poses to draw from, I have some photo sets that you can download at proko.com/poses. If you like this video, share the wealth. Tell your friends. Post it on your favorite social network. And click this button here to subscribe to the Proko newsletter if you want to be updated about new videos. Bye-bye! Being able to see accurate shape is one of the most useful skills of an artist. To train your eyes, you have to practice a lot. But you also need to practice correctly. For that, you have to have a feedback loop, a way of checking your drawings for mistakes, so that you can notice patterns and correct yourself next time you practice. This cycle slowly tunes your eyes to see accurate shape. In this video, I'll give you two methods of checking your drawings, a digital and non-digital version. The digital version. If you drew from a photo, you can use Photoshop or a similar program to check your accuracy. Step 1. Take a good photo of your drawing. That means no shadows, lots of light, and point the camera directly at the drawing, not from an angle. Photographing from an angle will skew the proportions, and that defeats the purpose of this whole thing. The best way is to scan the drawing if it's small enough to fit in a scanner. Scanned images have clean, even light, and no skewing of proportions. Step 2. Bring it into Photoshop and paste it into a new layer over your photo reference. Bring down the opacity of the drawing so you could see both layers. Or you could set the drawing layer to multiply. Press Ctrl-T to transform the drawing layer. Scale, position, and rotate it to match the reference as much as possible. When you scale it, make sure to hold Shift to keep the same ratio of the dimensions. And finally, observe where you made the biggest mistakes. You can draw it again, trying to avoid making the same mistakes. If you drew from a live model and you're planning on taking a photo of the model to compare your drawing to, try to set your camera lens focal length between 35 and 50 millimeters. That's the best you can do to match the photo to the way our eyes see. The non-digital version. If you don't have Photoshop or prefer to do things the old-fashioned way without technology, here's a little exercise you can do. Get a photo of a figure, or really it could be anything you want to draw, and a sheet of tracing paper similar size to the photo. Put the tracing paper over the photo and mark the top and bottom of the pose. Separate the photo and tracing paper and draw the pose using the techniques from the measuring lesson. Don't put the tracing paper back onto the photo until you're done with the drawing and ready to check the proportions. You can see here that I was a little bit off in some areas. I highly recommend you have some kind of feedback to check your proportions. This honest assessment is significant for your improvement.
Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time.
Let's talk about balance. To balance a pose, you need to think of what's known as the center of gravity. When you take the mass of the figure and drop a line down to the ground, the support, commonly the feet, need to be on that point or evenly spread around that point if the weight is evenly distributed among the feet.
If most of the weight is on the left leg and some on the right, the center of gravity will be closer to the left foot. As the weight shifts over to the other foot, the torso will follow that line. A lot of sources say to drop a line from the pit of the neck, nose, eyes, or ears. I think it's better to imagine the large mass, the hips and the rib cage, and drop a line from the center of that mass. Usually, you'll see it somewhere in the midsection, depending on the pose. Dropping a vertical line down from the midsection shows that this drawing is unbalanced. We can rotate it until the vertical line falls between the 2 feet. Adjust the angles of the feet to match the perspective of the ground, and that looks much better. In a balanced pose, the weight of the body needs to be balanced and supported by either one leg or distributed evenly or unevenly between both legs, or distributed among any combination of body parts like a foot and a knee, or both knees and both hands, even lying down with the weight on hips and elbow, leaning against the wall, or sitting down on a chair or couch. Don't forget about props like a cane or umbrella, which is very much like another leg. Not all the poses that you draw will be balanced though. Only the static poses will be balanced. An action pose, a pose in motion, is not balanced. Walking, for example, is just a series of controlled falls. With each step, we catch ourselves and push forward for the next fall. Someone pretending to run by holding a running position is different from a real running position. In a real run, the center of gravity is not supported by the bottom leg. The center of gravity is in front of the legs. This momentum is pushing the body forward. In a fake running pose, the person needs to be balanced, and so the center of gravity is directly above the supporting foot. When drawing from a live model, all the poses will be balanced, because they have to hold the pose. This might be one advantage of adding drawing from photos to your list of exercises. Photos can capture a figure in motion. Practicing these types of poses, along with balanced poses from a model, will help you to develop a sense for motion and momentum. Breaking balance can be used to tell a different story. Storyboarders, comic artists, illustrators all need to know how to draw interesting, dynamic poses, which are very difficult for a model to hold for a long time. Another great exercise would be to take a balanced pose and use it as inspiration to create an action pose, a pose that's in the middle of an action. This one, for example, I'll rotate the body a little more, as if she's diving, and change the limbs a little to show that she's diving for the ball. In the end though, it really comes down to making it feel balanced. If you did all the measuring, 80% here, 20% there, and you tried to plan it as much as you could, but it still doesn't look balanced, well then something needs to be fixed. If it looks wrong, it's wrong. It's hard to say that you've measured everything and took all the parts into consideration, because it's all an illusion and there's way too many things to consider. So planning and measuring will only get you so far, and then you have to use your best judgment. Train your eyes to be able to see those kinds of mistakes. Catch mistakes using your intuition. So you look at a drawing and you instantly know what should be changed. It's a feeling, it's not math. But you develop that intuition by studying the math. You can call this designing. You're changing things for the purpose of making it look better, more pleasing to the eye. Whether you're changing a photo, a live model, or a sketch you did from your imagination, you're designing. A great example of making something feel balanced by making it less accurate is the font Helvetica. Look at the letter T. It's designed to feel as though the horizontal and vertical lines are the same thickness. But when you compare the two, you'll see that the horizontal is actually thinner. If they were both the same, the top would feel too thick and heavy. I suppose the designers of the Helvetica font decided to go against precision and make it feel better. Alternating angles of masses. In a static soldier alert pose, the body is symmetrical. Unless you're drawing a soldier, the body won't be in a symmetrical state like that though. Usually you'll see alternating angles of the masses stacked one on top of the other, following a rhythm. In a relaxed standing pose, the weight isn't evenly distributed between the feet, and the leg that supports most of the weight pushes the side of the pelvis up and the other side drops. To counterbalance this, the rib cage rotates the other way, creating the opposite angle in the shoulders. Think of these as stacked blocks that balance each other out. If you're good at Jenga, you might be good at drawing a balanced pose. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Hey, you want an easier way to exaggerate a pose? Keep watching, because that's what this video is about. Hey, my name is Stan Prokopenko, and you're watching Proko. This episode is going to be about exaggerating a pose. Whether you're an illustrator, fine art painter, a comic book artist, whatever, sometimes you'll need to be able to exaggerate a pose from some reference that you took. Well, ideally, you want to get to the point where you can look at the model or photo and design or change it in the way you want to as you're drawing it. That's what you're working towards. Actually, it would be even better if you could do that without looking at reference, just from your imagination. But copying your reference is hard enough. Changing it in your mind and then drawing it that way while making it look natural, now that's hard. And it takes a very long time to develop the ability to do that successfully. So I want to give you an approach that might help you a little bit to push and change your reference. It's like training wheels. We're going to take it one step at a time. And when you're ready, you can combine all the steps into one. And then eventually even do it from your imagination. And it's just a really good exercise to get you better at drawing the figure in general. I broke up this approach into 4 steps. Step number 1. Draw it out the way you see it. So we're not exaggerating anything at this point. We're just looking, analyzing, and copying. Get it as accurate to the reference as possible. This will help us understand the pose. Use gesture, structure, anatomy, contour, whatever you're most comfortable with that will help you get the pose down on the page accurately. Personally, I like to use straight lines to get the major angle transitions along the contour. I find this helps me get accurate shapes. After we get the major angles placed, we'll go through it again and refine the shapes with more precision. At this point, starting to actually think of the anatomy helps me check to make sure the initial angles are correct, but still keep the shapes simple. Step number 2. Put a piece of tracing paper over the drawing and mannequinize the pose. Use very simple geometric shapes to identify the 3D forms: cylinders, boxes, spheres. Still no exaggerating, just drawing the mannequin version of the first one. Robobeam for the torso to identify the perspective of the ribcage and pelvis, and cylinders for the limbs with boxes for the joints. In the first step, we were just observing to get the proportions correct, and in this step, we are constructing. This requires a lot of thinking and making difficult decisions. Step number 3. Put another piece of tracing paper over that, and now exaggerate the forms. We can start by lightly drawing in the gesture, pushing it in the areas where we want to exaggerate, and then draw the exaggerated mannequin. Same as in the previous step, but rotate or reposition each form to fit the new gesture. Close your eyes and try to imagine the form in the original position and how it changes as it moves to the new position. And step number 4. Put a final piece of tracing paper over that and draw the details, contours, and anatomy. Try to keep your line quality clean. Look back to the original photo reference to figure out the really subtle stuff. If you work digitally, then this is even easier for you since you can just drop the opacity of the layer and add another layer on top. So that's the process. We started with the photo reference, drew it as accurate as possible, mannequinized it, pushed that mannequin into the position we want, and finally added the details to complete our new pose. Assignments. Try doing the process that I just described from any poses you feel could be more dynamic. I've also included a collection of a few photos with 2 versions of the same pose, one rigid and another more dynamic. Try exaggerating the rigid ones and check your drawing against the dynamic version. Keep in mind, there's multiple ways of exaggerating something. If you choose to exaggerate one way, and then you compare it to the dynamic version and it's different, that doesn't mean that yours is wrong. They could both be right. You choose to exaggerate it one way, and the model chose another way. The dynamic pose is just there as a suggestion. But keep in mind that the model can actually feel the pose. Compare yours to it and see if there's something you like better in the dynamic photo. Is there something you can learn from it? Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. If you choose to exaggerate it one way, and then you compare it to the dynamic version and it's different, that doesn't mean yours is wrong. They could both be right. Ugh.
Hey, welcome to Proco. My name is Stan Prokopenko. In the last lesson, we looked at Dr. Paul Richet's system for measuring human proportion based on the height of the head. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at a different approach, one that is based on the same proportions as Richet's, but uses a different unit of measuring. At first glance, the head height seems like the logical unit to measure from. It's the most commonly used method and the one used by most canons throughout history. If Leonardo da Vinci used it, it must be the best way, right? Well, that's up to each artist to decide, but although it's not as popular, Robert Beverly Hale's cranial height method definitely gives the head height method a run for its money. Since no method is perfect, you choose the one that works best for you. Hale's method uses the size of the cranium as the unit. This method today is used by artists like Glenn Villepeu and Michael Mentler. The advantage of this method is that many important skeletal landmarks correspond to this unit, unlike with the head method that aligns with nipples and navel as landmarks, which vary a lot more than skeletal landmarks. Also, the size of the cranium can be measured from any head angle and doesn't change. However, the length of the head changes as the jaw opens and closes, or as the head is foreshortened. Hale's method seems to be more consistent and more reliable when drawing a person in a pose. I asked Marshall Vandruff why he prefers it, and this is what he said.
I don't like the head length system. It's great for straight-on studies, but it breaks down as soon as you foreshorten anything, especially if you foreshorten the head. Without a full view of the head, you have no unit to begin. I like Robert Beverly Hale's system for a number of reasons. The first is that you can find that head width when the head is in any position. It makes a sphere at the back of the cranium, and a sphere never foreshortens. This is a measurement that echoes all through the body, and it isn't dependent on seeing the height of the head. So if you can draw a ball, you can look at a head in any position and deduce that ball.
Okay, let's go over the details of this method. The unit itself can be measured from the back view by taking the width or height of the cranium. From the front, you can use the width or the height down to the bottom of the nose. But keep in mind that the bottom of the nose will only align with the cranium if the head isn't facing up or down. So the width is more reliable from the front. From the side, you should use the height of the cranium, since the width is too long. An additional quarter of a unit is added to the front. This cranial unit can be measured with the width or height from any angle, even when the head is foreshortened, because the shape of a ball isn't affected by foreshortening. A ball is a ball from any angle. So we'll take this cranial size and think of it as a box unit. We'll use this box to find three-dimensional placement of the landmarks on the skeleton. 1 unit down brings you to the pit of the neck. For the torso, let's use a width of 2 units. The sternum is 1 unit long, not including the xiphoid process. 1 more down to the corners of the rib cage at the 10th ribs. So notice how the width of the rib cage doesn't quite reach the edges of this 2x2 box. And the top plane of the rib cage, indicated by the oval of the first rib, faces towards the front, as you can see from the side view. So the back of the rib cage is up higher than this 2x2 box. The length of each clavicle is 1 unit. Keep in mind that these units are slightly separated because of the gap at the pit of the neck. In the back, the width and height of the scapulas fit into the box. In a relaxed position, the distance between the scapulas near the bottom is also 1 unit. 1 more unit down takes us to the corners of the pelvis, known as the aces. And 1 more unit down just past the bottom of the pelvis. On a male, the distance between the greater trochanters is 2 units. The width of the pelvis is equal to the rib cage. The 10th rib and aces points also line up. On a female, the width of the pelvis is 2 units,
and it no longer aligns with the rib cage. The distance between the greater trochanters is wider too. On the pelvis, there are also some convenient alignments using half units. The top of the iliac crest is at the halfway mark of this box, and the top of the pubic bone and greater trochanters is at the halfway mark here. So when drawing the front of the pelvis, look for these 5 points and remember their distances. From the side, the pit of the neck and the rib cage align with the edges. Then the sternum comes out forward, and the cartilage continues to come forward past the pit of the neck about half a unit. The depth of the pelvis is conveniently 1 unit. We've already found the placement of the greater trochanters relative to the pelvis. 3 units down ends at the connection of the bottom of the femur and the top of the tibia. Another 3 units to the heels. The foot from the side is 1.5 units long and half a unit tall. Finally, the arms. The length of the humerus is 2 units, and from the elbow to the knuckles of the hand is another 2 units. The hand itself is a bit longer than 1 unit. That's it. Since this system uses a 3-dimensional box for measuring, one of its advantages is that it's manageable when something is foreshortened, as long as you are capable of drawing a box in perspective. If not, you might need to go back to the structure lesson and practice that again. So for example, with this foreshortened leg, we know from the top of the greater trochanter to the bottom of the femur is 3 boxes long. So if we can draw these 3 boxes in perspective, we can then fit the leg into those boxes. Okay, so we've explored 3 different methods of human proportion. Like I said, these work really well from neutral static poses and as a general guide when you're drawing from your imagination. Sometimes it can come in handy when you're drawing from a model. But when you're drawing from a model or from photo reference, measuring is much more practical. So in the next lesson, I'll show you how to lay in your drawing using various measuring techniques.
You are an artist now. You must make your own decisions. Do you prefer the proportions of Rubens or Michelangelo? Or would you like to leave the ball of the abdomen out altogether, like Henry Moore? Robert Beverly Hale.
I've created a downloadable diagram that you can print out for your reference. And I have posters available for purchase at proko.com/store. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. So in the next lesson, I'll show you how to lay in your drawing using various methods. So in the next lesson, I'll show you how to lay in your drawing using various measuring techniques. Ooh. Dr. Paul Richet and Robert Beverly Hale used the average human proportions at 7.5 heads tall. Throughout history, though, artists have depicted the human form not as the average, but as the ideal. We find beauty and grace in length,
So in artwork, it's more common for figures to be 8 or more heads tall rather than 7.5. 8 heads tall isn't unrealistic though. It's just further towards one of the extremes. Taller people are 8 heads tall in reality. The tallest man in history was 9 heads tall, and the shortest is 2.5 heads. The range in reality is actually quite wide. Loomis's ideal proportions are very similar to Richet's in the torso. One head down to the nipples, another to the navel, and another to the crotch. However, Loomis makes the shoulders a bit wider, at 2 1/3 heads. He keeps the hips at 1.5 heads, like Richet. The main difference between Loomis and Richet is in the legs. Loomis makes the legs half a head longer. 2 heads down from the crotch is the bottom of the knees, not the bottom of the femur, and another 2 heads to the heels. Halfway between the bottom of the knees and heels is the bottom of the calves. Notice how the body can be cut into 4 equal parts. The halfway mark is at the crotch, then the torso can be cut in half at the nipple line, and the legs cut in half at the bottom of the knees. Loomis also points out that the shoulders are 1/3 head from the chin. The elbow aligns with the navel, and the wrist with the crotch. Female proportions. There are a few differences between male and female proportions. According to Loomis, the height of the female head is 8¼ inches, and 9 inches for a male. Okay guys, before you go on saying that this proves that men are smarter than women, consider that the blue whale's skull is 19 feet long. Unfortunately, the size of the skull does not correlate directly with intelligence. Oh well. Anyway, both males and females are proportionately 8 heads tall. But since the female head is smaller, females on average are shorter than males. Loomis's ideal man stands at 6 feet tall. An ideal woman stands 5 feet 6 inches, 5 feet 8 inches with 2-inch heels. The width of female shoulders is 2 head heights. The waist is 1 head, and the hips he keeps at 1.5 heads for both male and female. The nipples and navel are slightly lower, still 1 head height apart, just dropped lower than on a male. He also suggests that optionally we can make the lower legs longer than 2 head heights, since longer legs are considered ideal for a female.
Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Hey, my name is Stan Prokopenko. Welcome to Proko. Studying the average human proportions is a very common practice among artists. And even though everybody's proportions are slightly different, it's still very helpful to have a guide. Something to keep your drawings from looking wrong. Knowing the average proportions gives you something to measure from. Dr. Paul Richet, a pioneer in human anatomy, says that there are 2 reasons why we study human proportions. The first is we try to find harmony
a reason why we are the way we are. The Greeks tried to find that perfect model of beauty. The second reason is we want a method to help us during the drawing process. We want an easy way to make our figure drawings proportionately accurate and a guide to fall back on when our drawings feel wrong. These guides are useful when we observe a model, but especially when we draw from imagination. When familiar with a system, we can choose to deviate from it in whichever way we want. After all, we are artists.
Proper proportions lie not in pages of statistics, nor in the dogma of scientists, but in the mind of the individual artist. Proportions are entirely his responsibility, his decision. Robert Beverly Hale.
The pitfalls. The most obvious drawback of any proportion system is that it works only when the figure is not foreshortened. These systems work great when a person is standing up straight, but not so well in other poses.
Drawing the ideal average results in a drawing without character. Also, the figure must be eye level, upright, and rigid. Bending of the body changes the proportions visually, but not actually. George Bridgman.
So in the end, it's just a guide. It won't solve all our problems. We have to combine it with careful observation and frequent study from live models. Doing so will help you visualize the proportions of the masses in 3D, to sense when a body part is too large or small in relation to the whole. It also helps to study perspective and construction, to develop the ability to turn the forms while retaining the dimensions. With that said, let's take a look at a few of the most commonly used systems of proportion. Paul Richet's method. Dr. Paul Richet's artistic anatomy presents a scientific system for an average European male as measured by anthropologists. He uses the height of the head as one unit and says that the average person is 7.5 heads tall. The head and torso together make up 4 units. The leg from the top of the femur to the ground is another 4 units. The top and bottom overlap by half a unit, creating a total of 7.5. The halfway point is at about the pubic bone. When the arms are extended to the side, the length between the fingertips is just a smidgen longer than the height, about 4% longer. It's an insignificant amount, so for practical purposes, we can just consider them equal. From the chin down 1 head unit are the nipples. The next unit down is at the navel, which is the top of the glutes in the back. The next head unit down is at the bottom of the glutes and the crotch in the front. Another useful measurement in the back is 1 head length from the 7th cervical vertebra to the bottom of the scapula, and 2 units to the pieces. Similarly, from the acromion process down to the acis measures 2 head units. The same for the width of the shoulders, including the deltoids. So this section of the body fits into a nice square. However, on a female, the shoulders are narrower, about 1 2/3 head heights. On a female, there is 1.5 heads between the 2 greater trochanters. The hips on a male are slightly narrower. The femur measures 2 head units. Or in the back, you can remember that from the bottom of the glutes to the bottom of the femur is 1.5 units. The length of the lower leg, including the foot, is also 2 head units. The middle of these 4 head units is at the connection of the femur and the tibia. Remember that when the leg is extended, this connection is at the bottom of the patella. When the leg flexes, it gets more complicated. So study the bony protrusions of the knee area so that you can identify the bottom of the femur and the top of the tibia. Richet points out that the distance from the acis to the middle of the patella is equal to the distance from the patella to the ground. And the foot is a bit longer than the head. Finally, let's move on to the arms. The length of the arm from the armpit is 3 head units. The top point is somewhere below the shoulder joint. The second one is above the olecranon, and the third above the wrist. Because these units don't align well with the anatomy of the arm, Richer prefers another method. From the acromion to the epicondyles is equal to the epicondyles to the knuckles. Alrighty, that's the first proportion system I'll be covering. In the next video, I'll go over Robert Beverly Hale's system, based on the cranial mass instead of the height of the head. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Hey guys, so last week I introduced all the landmarks of the body, all the parts of the skeleton that are on the surface. So if you haven't watched the landmarks video yet, go back and review that first. I'm going to use the sepia pencil for the first part and then switch to a black one for the details. So I'm going to map in the general placement really quick, angle of the shoulders, and rhythm of the torso, noticing a subtle twist. Okay, then an S-curve for the center line following the spine. A few placeholders for the neck and head. And the arms. This is good for the general placement. Now I can go back through and identify the landmarks. Use them to check the proportions. So in here, right behind the deltoid, is the acromion. He's leaning away from us, so it's difficult to see. On the other side, same thing. And then if you look at the edge of the trapezius, you'll see its connection to the spine of the scapula, angled down and then back up on the other side. You can connect those with a rhythm. You can see a little dimple right here at the triangular expansion, and on the other side too. And then from there you can follow the border of the scapula to the tip where this teres major muscle attaches. The bump of the teres major is a really good indicator of the tip of the scapula. Can't see this edge of the scapula, but it goes right there. It doesn't show on the surface since it's covered by all the muscles of the scapular region. The teres major on this one is not as active as the right side, but you can kind of see a little bulge there still, just more subtle. It's also just that the shadow pattern doesn't reveal it as well as on the right side. Make sure you don't confuse it with the dimple here. That's not the tip of the scapula. It's here where you see the bump of the teres major.
Find the 7th cervical vertebra right there. And follow it down the rest of the spine where you see the deep indentation. When it reaches this area, you get the flat part of the back, right there. You don't see that indentation anymore. It skips over the sacrum to the tailbone. And from there, you'll get the separation of the glutes. Can't see the iliac crest very well, but I do see along the contour a little corner where the oblique connects. So I know that's where it is. On the other side, the crease caused by his thumb actually lines up right with the iliac crest. Then we have the dimples at the posterior superior iliac spine, or the piscis. Along with the tailbone, these 3 points connect to form the triangle of the sacrum. That's going to be flat, where you don't see the indentation of the spine. Continuing down, and here is the great trochanter. To the other side, same angle as the rest of the landmarks on the pelvis. You can see a subtle bump poking out. Not gonna do much in the legs because this is all the meaty area. Not many landmarks except the lateral epicondyle. Right here is the elbow, and also the boxy form of the wrist created by the ulna and radius. This actually is in the wrong spot. Move it up a bit. I'll measure it from the other landmarks and find some angles. Compare it to the reference. Yep, right there is closer. So using my landmarks to measure the position relationships. Erase this. It's okay to make corrections. You can make corrections at any stage of the drawing, and you should. There's the arm. Those are just some general rhythms, not following the contours, just looking for the angles and making sure the lengths are correct. It was easier for me to correct this area because I kept it simple at first. I didn't try to indicate every piece of anatomy on the contours. Find the points, judge the major angles, and make sure it's correct before you move on and add more details. That's all the landmarks. I'll move on to a different pencil now and put in some of the muscular anatomy, the forms, and contours. It helps to know the anatomy, but you can also just observe until you do learn it. Very active trapezius as he's bringing his shoulders backward. you can see how it wraps around the triangular expansion. The two sides of the trapezius come to a point down here at the spine. And then also up here in the neck, it stretches up towards the base of the skull. And as I said, this area here is the corner of the bottom of the scapula, which you can find with the bulge from the teres major muscle. The armpit. The latissimus comes from the armpit out and to the pelvis. Same thing on the other side. So you can see I'm getting into some more complicated anatomy dissection here. It takes a lot of times for you to see this applied correctly, studying from books and doing it yourself before you really understand it and memorize it. Over many years, you're gonna have to go through this information because there's just so much information to memorize about the anatomy of the body that after the first time you learn it, you'll forget most of it. Then you go through it again a second time and you'll remember a little more, but again, you'll forget most of it. So you gotta keep reviewing it over many, many years until it really sticks. Just watching a video like this is not enough. It's a good guide and it will show you what you should be doing and how you should be doing it, but you really need to do some homework to learn this stuff. Get a good anatomy book that you can refer to when you get stuck. Then here in the glutes, you have that donut shape that wraps around the greater trochanter. Okay, good enough in the hips. Let's move back up to the shoulders. From the acromion process, the deltoid comes out and down to the side of the arm. It actually connects along the spine of the scapula until this point. It wraps over the arm to the side of the humerus. Get the tricep in there and think about the cylinder shape of the arm as it comes toward us. I'll talk in a lot more detail about mannequinization throughout the next few weeks, but basically it involves simplifying the parts of the body into geometric shapes, spheres, cylinders, and boxes. Alright, so a little exaggerated in the anatomy, but that's okay. I kind of like that. And just add the shape of the head and we'll call it a finished sketch. Alright, that's it. Thanks for watching and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Alright, let's do another one, this time from the front. Very important to get the angle of the shoulders correct on this one, since it's such an important part of the pose. She's leaning to the right and lifting her arm up. 2 lines for the angle of the rib cage, and then a turn down the abs to the pelvis. Pinching in here over the hip to the chair, and then an angle for the leg. From one aces to the other for the rhythm through the pelvis. From there, curve of the thigh. And then get the curve of the tibia from the knee to the foot. In fact, I'll continue that curve through the foot all the way to the big toe. And then establish the angle from one foot to the other. At this point, you can see I'm just establishing the placement and rhythm of all the elements. Doing this lightly in case I need to make any corrections later. I like the rhythm here of the 2 shins, this V shape that creates this sense of stability in the pose. From the pit of the neck, find the angles of the clavicles. If I know the corner of the shoulder and the point of the wrist, I can connect them with a simple curve. Angle of the palm and fingers. Look for the relationship between the left edge of the face and the rib cage. Then if this is the acromion, then the jaw would be here. Okay, so I got the acromion, pit of the neck, acromion, with a nice handlebar shape between them. The angles are very steep because both shoulders are being lifted. and then down the sternum to this point. Continue that center line to the pubic bone. Corner of the 10th rib poking out, since this is the stretching side, and then an angle from one side to the other. I feel like I made the sternum a bit too long. This corner is hidden because that's the compressing side, and the bunching of the oblique muscles hides the corner of the 10th rib. You can see a thin piece of the oblique on the other side. In here, get a quick indication of the patellas. Angles of the feet. Greater trochanter is not clearly seen here because it's so soft, but I'll indicate it anyway just so I know where it is. Angle of the breasts. Now I'll switch over to the black pencil and work on the muscles, forms, and contours like last time. Establish some smaller shapes on the head. Trapezius muscles starting from the back of the neck and swinging out to the acromion. Clean up the shape of the clavicle. Deltoid wraps around the arm to the other side, and because she's lifting that arm, it stretches the pec muscle. This is lifting up and pulling on the pec muscle. Same thing on the other side. This is being forced up because she's leaning on that arm and the rib cage goes down, but the length of her arm stays the same and it stays extended. So the shoulder gets pushed upward. That's why you get this extreme V shape to the clavicles. The pec on the other side, not stretched as much. And then in here, you'll get a very little bump for the lat. She's a thin girl, so you don't want to make that too large. That would be a characteristic of a muscular guy. Okay, in the bony tendinous area of the knee, put a straight at the connection to the ASIS, and a curve for the muscular area between. So think straights for tendons and bones, and curves for the belly of a muscle group. Think cylinder for this leg that points toward us. It's really helpful to find a box for the knee. The top of the patella is a great corner that shows the transition from top plane to front plane. A little tendon there from the patella. Epicondyle of the femur and condyle of the tibia. Okay, that's good for the legs. Start on the arms. Get this deltoid in there. Connecting along the clavicle in the front and wraps around to the side of the arm. I see a nice cylinder shape as the forearm connects to the upper arm. A box for the radius and ulna at the wrist, showing a flat plane of the front and side. Finally, let's establish the perspective of this chair. It can be simplified to a box. So remember back to the structure video when I said you should practice drawing boxy furniture around your house. This is where it's helpful to be comfortable doing that. Alright, that's it. Thanks for watching and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Okay, so again, I'll start with the angles of the shoulders, just a straight line that connects one corner to the other. I can't see the acromion because they're above our eye level, but that's okay. It's still fairly easy to judge that angle. From the shoulder down to the waist, where you see the pinch, to the other side where it's stretching. A few quick rhythm lines for the hips. Angle of the arms. And the legs. Getting that elegant S-curve sweeping down the entire length of the leg. Really common to see people making this too straight. Remember, in the gesture phase of the drawing, you want to exaggerate a bit because once you start adding details, it becomes stiffer. So look for the motion between the forms and construct it with simple C curves, S curves, or straight lines. Measuring the center line of the spine and getting a general angle of the lumbar region. And same thing in the thoracic region. Finding the sweep of the trapezius, starting from the neck down to the acromion, and the basic shape for the head. So now I'm thinking about the pelvis as a cylinder and finding the cross contour line to establish the perspective of the hips. Also trying to make that curve pass through the landmarks of the pieces, the dimples in the back of the corners of the iliac crest. And then connecting those dimples to the tailbone to form the triangle of the sacrum. From the acromion, follow the angles down the spine of the scapula and connect it over to the other side. Always relate the two sides of the body for symmetry. Then find the angle of the medial border of the scapula. It's really easy to see that bottom corner since it's poking out and you see that deep shadow. Same thing on the other side, and again, relating the two sides. trying to find the border of the rib cage, not including any of the muscles on top. On the right side, I see a corner of the bottom of the rib cage. The 10th rib pokes out and stretches the external oblique. Also seeing the iliac crest poking out on the right side there. So I really want to emphasize these bony protrusions. It's going to add structure to the drawing and make her feel solid. Again, there's those dimples of the pieces. Just want to double check to make sure they relate correctly to the iliac crest indication I just put down. Start with a straight for the tendinous area, curve out for the muscular part to the bones in the knee, and down to the lateral malleolus. A shape for the bottom plane of the foot. I'm ignoring the high heel and imagining what the foot looks like. The gluteus is relaxed on the right side, so I'll draw it relaxed, transitioning to the leg. The left side is compressing because the weight is on that leg. So I'll draw this U-shaped connection to the leg, indicating tension. Coming back to the left hip and leg, I want to better define these shapes, looking a little closer at the contours, the anatomy, and redesigning the shapes there. And in here you've got the olecranon, or the elbow, and her elbow is bent a little, so you're starting to see a triangular relationship between the three bony points there. On the other side, not bending as much, but a very subtle bend, so bringing those closer to a straight line. You can see the 7th cervical pretty clearly there, and actually you can see the first thoracic vertebra too. Okay, switching to the black charcoal now. I think I've laid in the placement of everything and got all the landmarks in. Really interesting shape to the trapezius. It connects to a lot of different points throughout the skeleton, starting at the acromion, swinging up to the top of the neck. In here, connects all along the spine of the scapula and wraps around the triangular expansion. That's basically the point where the spine of the scapula meets the medial border. The whole thing is really easy to spot in this photo, which is really why I chose to demonstrate this one, so you guys can see all the landmarks I'm talking about. And I said very pronounced bony corner of the scapula down here. Indicate that with 2 straight lines and a sharp corner. You can see the teres major muscle connecting at that corner and pointing up into the armpit. Deltoid not defined like we saw in the first demo of Yoni. Probably made that too big. Same thing on this side. Finish off that trapezius muscle. So from the triangular expansion, it comes down and connects at the spine down here. On this side, can't see the volume of the trapezius because it's stretched out by the scapula poking out like that. So flatter plane through here, and rounder flexed muscle on this side. Tenth rib poking out, and the oblique is stretching from that corner down to that pelvis. And you have the roundness of the belly of the oblique. muscles of the scapula and rib cage. Long tubular shape of the erector muscles, one on each side of the spine. That's what causes the indentation along the spine until it reaches the flat part at the sacrum. Greater trochanter, difficult to spot on her, but I like to put it down because it helps me to visualize the anatomy of the glutes. The greater trochanter is the middle of the donut shape, so as soon as I put it down, I can just see the muscles wrapping around it. Curve out for the hamstrings and then a straight at the tendon. Calf muscles connecting up here, right behind the knee. Almost done here, just finishing off the foot. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Okay guys, so same thing as before, just starting the drawing with the rhythms and getting the placement of the major shapes in. Using landmarks to measure things. I'm speeding this one up a bit because I want to just focus on the position of the scapulas in this pose. They're really tricky to find in this one, so I want to show it as an example. But speeding it up because I don't want to repeat all the things I already went over in the other demos. You can see the two sides of the upper back are very different in this pose because of the extreme opposite arm positions. Okay, so let's follow the landmarks to find the position of the scapulas. The right one is more straightforward. Get the angle of the spine of the scapula, angle of the medial border, looking for the teres major muscle to tell me where the bottom of the scapula is. This scapula is poking out because he's rotating his arm behind him. So let's get those 3 points on the elbow as a triangle because he's bending the elbow. Angle of the forearm to the wrist. On this side, it's different because he's raising his arm. So the scapula is rotating outward. So the acromion is here, right behind the deltoid and trapezius. And the spine of the scapula is angled much more vertically as it swings outward. You can actually see what looks to me like the triangular expansion actually poking out at the surface, where the spine of the scapula meets the medial border. And then the medial border extends past the rib cage. So that's the shape of the scapula there. Actually, this is a bit too long, I think. Adding the shape of the trapezius now. I've switched over to the black charcoal. This teres major muscle is very pronounced because it's flexing and he's bringing his arm in. Armpit here, thinking of the cylinder of the arm as it connects to the shoulder. The muscles on the scapula are going to add some volume to the contour as well. Sharp turn there at the bottom. And the latissimus is going to be thinly stretched at this arm position. And I'll speed up the rest of it as I finish off the hip region and right arm. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Before we move on to applying structure and proportion to our figure drawings, we need to learn the landmarks of the body. The early stages of a figure drawing usually involve careful measuring and identifying the gesture. To help us with this, the human body is filled with landmarks that give us clues to the gesture and points from which to measure the proportions. These points are bony areas that show at the surface. Bones are good landmarks because they don't change much between different body types. The skeleton structure of a thin, muscular, and overweight person stays roughly the same, with some variation of course. It's the muscle and fat tissue that shows the most dramatic changes. As I point out the landmarks, try to identify them on your own body. Or if you're watching this with a friend, touch the bony landmarks on your friend's body. Awkward. We can use fleshy points like the belly button and nipples to measure distances and angles, while remembering that these points will vary a lot more between body types. So let's go over all these landmarks. Centerline of the front. Identifying the core gesture of the torso requires finding the landmarks along the center of the body. At the top, we start with the pit of the neck between the clavicles. You'll see a little indentation right above the manubrium. Work our way down to the bottom of the sternum, which combined with the manubrium looks like a necktie. Below that is the belly button, and finally, the pubic bone. These points can be connected with a C or S curve. This usually influences the gesture of the rest of the pose. Centerline of the back. In the back, identifying the centerline is much simpler. The length of the spine gives you the shape of the centerline, from the top of the neck down to the tailbone. It's a common misconception that each vertebra has the same range of motion and can be connected with a simple curve. While you can and should do this to establish the gesture, it's not accurate to keep it that way during the structure stage and when adding the anatomy. The three sections of the spine have different limits to their rotation, flexion, extension, and lateral motion. When the body bends to the side, front, or back, the thoracic region or the rib cage area stays almost unchanged. Most of the bending occurs in the cervical and lumbar regions. When the spine twists, now the lumbar region stays almost unchanged. The twist comes from the thoracic and cervical regions. Lateral landmarks of the front. Next, I can use the landmarks across the body to identify the twisting and curving of the torso. Reaching from the back are the bony protrusions of the acromion process, which tells you the angle of the shoulders. You can feel the bony area on your shoulder between the deltoid and trapezius. Connecting the points of the acromion are the clavicles, shaped like bicycle handlebars. When finding the points across the shoulders, keep in mind that these points can also move independently from the ribcage. If someone raises one shoulder, the clavicle will rotate from the pit of the neck, changing the angle of the shoulders while keeping the same angle of the rib cage. So the acromion points are a good start to identify the angles, but you must look for other clues to get the whole story. If you can see the corners of the rib cage at the 10th rib, that's a better indication of the angle of the rib cage. The bottom connection of the pecs can also be a good landmark. The nipples follow the angle of the shoulders since the pecs attach at the arm and stretch, but not completely. See how the angle of the nipples is somewhere between the shoulders and the rib cage. However, the connection of the pecs stays the same. The front corners of the iliac crest tell you the angle of the pelvis. These points are called the anterior superior iliac spine, or ASIS for short. As you'll see next week, these points are great for identifying the box of the hips. Curving the spine will bring the points on one side closer together and the points on the other side further apart. This explains why you can see pinching and folding of the skin on the left and stretching on the right. During an extreme pinch, the 10th rib corner on the pinching side will be obscured by the bunching of the external oblique. On the other side, it does the opposite and pokes out through the very thinly stretched muscle. The other points that I frequently use on the front torso are the armpits. I look for the distance from the top of the shoulders and the width of the arms compared to the width of the torso. Lateral landmarks of the back. The back of the body also has some landmarks we can use to find the angles, although some can be trickier to find on softer or overweight body types. An average or muscular back has a lot of bumps and is always a challenge for artists. To create order out of all that chaos, the bony landmarks of the scapula are very helpful. First, the spine of the scapula is this diagonal ridge from the acromion process to this corner called the triangular expansion. Like the clavicles in the front, these also resemble handlebars. From the corner, the ridge takes a sharp turn downward along the medial edge. These edges are not covered by muscles, so you'll see hints of them on the surface. The 7th cervical vertebra is another commonly used landmark. Moving down to the hip region, we have a major landmark at the sacrum, a triangular shape that connects the tailbone and the two dimples at the posterior superior iliac spine, or PSIS, or PSIS, or PSIS. Those are the back corners on the iliac crest of the pelvis, opposite of the ASIS I mentioned earlier. The iliac crest is mostly visible on the side because something called flank fat blurs it on the back. The limbs. In the arms and legs, the landmarks are basically the joints. On the sides of the elbow are the epicondyles of the humerus. When the arm is extended, these 3 points are aligned in a straight line. When the elbow is bent, the olecranon, a fancy word for tip of the elbow, moves down and forms a triangle. Follow the ulna down the arm to the wrist. At the wrist, the radius and ulna create a flat top and bottom plane that are great for showing the rotation of the wrist. The knee is very complex, so I'll go over it in a lot more detail during the anatomy series. But to try to simplify it, I remember that there are 7 bumps. 2 for the condyles of the femur and 2 more for the condyles of the tibia. A little one on the side at the head of the fibula, 1 bump for the patella, and another below it caused by the combination of the tibia, a ligament, and a fat pad. When the knee bends, the tendon will pull the kneecap down and under the femur. The curve of the tibia is very prominent and an important part of the gesture of the leg. At the ankle, the tibia and fibula form a wrench shape that hugs the foot. The angle between them goes downward towards the outside. And finally, the great trochanter, a bony protrusion on the side of the hip. All the muscles of the gluteus wrap around it like a donut. Yeah, I made this reference just so I could eat a donut. So those are all the landmarks. The best way to learn them is to draw from life or from a photograph,
and try to identify them. Use them in the construction of your drawing. All right, that's it. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. If you like this video, share the wealth. Tell your friends. Post it on your favorite social network. And click this button here to subscribe to the Proco newsletter if you want to be updated about new videos. Bye-bye. In the last lesson, we simplified the torso into 2 boxes. Now we'll add the forms of the rest of the body to complete the mannequin. Make sure to watch the Structure Basics video for an introduction to the structure principles. What I think of as mannequinization is constructing the pose from simple 3-dimensional forms that lock together all the way down the body. And when you look at all the parts, they come together to resemble what looks like a person. All these parts, they're all separate, but they all connect to the whole. And what brings them all together is the gesture. Along that gesture, you'll see a lot of interlocking shapes. So the end of one will be shaped like the beginning of the next, and they come together like puzzle pieces. Mannequinizing the figure is very hard, much harder than it seems. But it's an important skill when you want to add depth and volume to your figure drawings. If you just rely on contour or outlines to draw the figure, you'll get flat drawings. Constructing the body as forms in perspective will give the drawing a sense of solidity. It's also helpful when you start shading the drawing. Having established the plane changes makes it much easier to imagine the angle of each plane relative to the light source. You'll be able to sense some subtle gradations across the forms that could have been missed otherwise. One of the biggest benefits is if you have to invent the figure from your imagination. Starting with simple forms makes the problem much more manageable. Basic overview. When you're drawing the edges of the boxes and cylinders, don't look for the literal lines on the body. They're not there. The edges between planes on a box are hard, so they can be indicated by a line. But on a real person, the planes are soft. Everything is rounded off, so you won't see the lines. You must learn how to see an organic, complex form and simplify it to a basic form or a combination of basic forms. When you're deciding what form to use for an organic object, you want to choose the one that best describes the character of that object, while still keeping it simple. There could also be multiple ways of simplifying the same object. In this pose, the whole torso could be simplified to a cylinder. Or you could make it a little more complex and add some boxes. Mannequinization is just a tool. You are the artist and you decide how you want to use it. Most people you draw will have similar basic forms, but they do vary depending on the body type. A lean, muscular, or overweight model will change some of the decisions you'll make. Most of the surface forms of the body are muscles. Muscles are soft. They stretch and compress to fit the position of the bones. So the exact forms will change from pose to pose. This pose calls for a rounded form in the belly, while this one has the abs stretching, so it would be a flat plane. These decisions are made on the spot as you're constructing the drawing. But you also want to have a generic mannequin in your mind.
Typically, you'll see something like this. A box for the hip region with the edges slightly rounded off, making it kind of a combination between a box and a flattened cylinder, depending on the person you're drawing. The rib cage is shaped like an egg, pointier at the top and wider at the bottom. I also like to think of the bottom as a boxier form with the corners at the 10th rib. The waist is cylindrical. Women tend to have a thinner waist, whereas men are bulkier on the sides at the oblique muscle. But this area will change greatly with different physiques. A box for the shoulder area similar to the RoboBean, cylinder for the neck, a ball for the cranium, and boxy shape for the jaw. A cylinder at the upper leg tapering thinner as it goes down towards the boxy knee, and another tapering cylinder for the lower leg, which is actually widest at the calf, 2/3 of the way up. A boxy shape for the foot and all the toes. And the upper arm is a cylinder which does not taper. It generally stays about the same width from top to bottom. Another boxy or pyramid-like shape for the elbow. The forearm is round and cylindrical at the top and transitions to a box for the bony part of the wrist. Another box for the palm part of the hand. The fingers are a combination of cylinders and boxes for the knuckles. So these general forms are a good starting point, but as you know, the body is more complex than that. In order to accurately simplify the pose, sometimes you need to be a little bit more specific with some of the anatomical nuances of the particular pose you're drawing. So let's go through the body and look at each part in more detail. The neck and head. The rounded cranial mass is a ball with the side chopped off for the flat temple area. Add a triangular shape for the jaw, paying attention to the angle of the front plane and bottom plane. Then add a rhythm from the side of the head down to the chin to establish the plane change from side of the jaw to the front of the jaw. I also like to put a rhythm in there for the brow ridge and an indication for the bottom of the nose. Simplify the neck into a cylinder. The connection of the neck to the rib cage is diagonal, lower in the front and higher in the back. Also notice in this pose, we can see the bottom plane of the jaw. So make sure to wrap the jaw rhythm up to the chin and back down to the other side. Here's another example with a top view. This one has a more common triangular shape for the jaw. Here's a back angle of the head and neck. From the back, it's helpful to add the connection of the trapezius muscle to the back of the head since it covers much of the cylinder of the neck. This connection is about in line with the eyes. In a neutral position, the neck angles forward. It doesn't go straight up. The torso. I usually use an egg shape or a cylinder for the rib cage. Sometimes I'll make the bottom of the rib cage boxy by showing the side and front plane, just like in the RoboBean lesson. To be a bit more specific, you could indicate the thoracic arch on the front of the rib cage. Generally, men will have a wider arch curving outward and thinner inward curves on women. From the back, I just use an oval or egg shape for the rib cage, without any corners. Then attach a box for the hips. Sometimes on women, you can combine the rib cage and waist into a cylinder that locks right into the ball shape for the hips. As you can see, there's a lot of options for the shapes you use. So observe the body type and pose, and simplify it the way you think is best. When drawing a male, I will almost always choose to use more boxes. This adds more structure and feels more masculine. Balls and cylinders have rounded edges that show the softer forms of a female. But boxes are also great to use when you're concerned about the perspective of the body. Here's an example where I was drawing the pose, imagining I was looking from higher up, looking down. I established the angles to the vanishing point first, and that helped to construct the boxes of the torso. Pecs and breasts. The pecs follow the form of the ribcage underneath. Start by establishing the curved connection, indicating that the ribcage is pointing away from us. You can also see this curve at the top. where the pecs meet the deltoids. The pecs are a boxy form, flatter in the center and bulkier on the sides. On a developed guy, showing the bottom plane will help to make the pecs feel larger. The position of the arms will affect the shape of the pecs. Compare the compressed muscle on the left versus the stretched muscle on the right. Women have the same pec muscle seen at the top, but the bottom is hidden by the spherical form of the breasts. The breasts tend to angle outward, especially when the ribcage is rotated up. Just like with the pecs, the breasts rotate around the ribcage. When drawing from a bottom view, showing the C-curve of the breast wrapping over the ribcage is very helpful. And the breasts also have a bottom plane. Abs. When attaching the abs, I first establish the thoracic arch of the ribcage and then start the abs from there. The connection of the abdominals is actually a little bit higher than the thoracic arch, but in this step, I'm just establishing a rhythm for the interlocking connection of the volumes. On women, the volume of the abs will start narrow at the top and get wider at about the belly button. So I like to think of two forms there. A straight cylinder at the top, connecting to a rounded box-like form at the bottom. It has a smaller top-facing plane and a longer bottom-facing plane. Athletic guys will generally have a straighter abdominal volume along the width. You will see that same top-facing plane and bottom-facing plane for the lower pair of abs, but not as much in this pose since he's leaning back, stretching the abs. The abs will follow the gesture, from the ribcage to the pubic bone. So when there is a pinch on the side, the abs will also deform with a pinch. Here's a pose where the model is leaning forward, compressing the abs. The abs bunch up, and you can see creases at the belly button. Obliques. The volume of the oblique bulges out from the ribcage to the pelvis. On women, this muscle generally doesn't get as developed, and so you'll see an inward curve at the waist. I've talked about how the motion of the torso affects the obliques a lot in the previous videos. So you should be familiar with the idea that the obliques will stretch or pinch between the mass of the ribcage and pelvis. As the spine moves, one side will stretch and the other will compress, forming a bulge. Erector spinae. Along the length of the spine, you'll see two cylindrical shapes of the erector spinae. They start at the sacrum and flow all the way to the neck under the trapezius. These cylinders are easily visible on everyone. They make the furrow along the spine. You can see here how the erector spinae follows the curvature of the spine. Trapezius. The trapezius is a diamond shape from the back. The top portion is two cylindrical shapes, starting wide at the spine of the scapula and tapering thinner at the connection to the back of the head. Between the scapulas, there are actually three major muscles that contribute to the bumps: erector spinae, rhomboids, and trapezius. The subtleties of these layers requires a deeper understanding of the anatomy, but generally they will create a rounded form that sits on the cylinders of the erector spinae. You can break up the trapezius into three sections: the neck, the portion above the spine of the scapula, and the portion below the spine of the scapula. Latissimus. The lat muscle is a wide wing shape from the armpit to the back. The bulk of the lats is at the outsides. It's very thin towards the spine and lower back, so the muscles under it will show through. When someone leans forward, you'll even see the ribs. The arms. Like we did with the rowa bean, the shoulders can be simplified to a box. I always look for the top plane to help me construct this box. You'll see the top plane of the shoulders if you're looking down at them. Otherwise, you'll see a corner. Here's another example from the back. In this pose, we see a very thin piece of the top plane. Attach the cylinder for the upper arm, and in this case, the elbow is pointing away from us slightly. Then connect the top plane to the arm with the deltoid. This is basically the side and back plane of the box, which comes to a point on the side of the arm. The elbow is another box which will really help to show the arm coming towards us, just a little bit. Find an angle to the wrist, and attach the round part of the forearm. At the wrist, add another box. Make sure to think about the direction of the cross-contour curves to show which way the cylinders are pointing. You can also think of the deltoid as a ball, with the cylinders of the arm wedging into it. The legs. Similar to the arms, the legs can be simplified to cylinders. Taper the cylinder to be thinner at the knee. Legs don't necessarily have to be attached to the bottom plane of the box. If they are bent forward, they will be on the front plane. Someone doing the splits will have them on the side planes. Anything in between will be on a corner. Don't worry about it connecting perfectly to one of the planes. From the back, the orientation of the cylinders will affect the shape of the glutes. The glutes curve with the direction of the cross contour of the leg cylinder. The right leg pulls the glute down, and it will curve down with the leg cylinder. On the left side, the leg pushes the glute up, and it will curve up just as the cross contour of the cylinder would. This connection is a great place to design your shapes to better explain the forms. Both of his legs are pointing in our direction. So I'll start by indicating the connection of the cylinders. Then find an angle to the knee and indicate the boxy form at the knee with a top, front, and side plane. I usually use a box in the joints. The joints are more bony and have more distinct plane changes compared to the meaty areas between the joints. So the joints are great areas to show the orientation and perspective of the limbs. On a muscular leg, the volumes of the muscle groups are developed enough to be separated into their own simple volumes. For this leg, I'll attach this teardrop shape for the adductor group, showing the cross contour lines and the way the thigh volumes wrap around the block of the knee. Another cylinder pointing down and a ball for the calf. And a very similar thing happening on the other side. The connection of the shin to the foot can just be a cylinder. Or sometimes I like to use a wrench shape to show the interlocking forms. A narrow cylinder at the ankle and wider rounded form at the calf. Procedure. When you're doing these mannequin sketches, always start by establishing the gesture, finding the flow, major angles, and checking proportional measurements. Then, as a second layer, start adding the 3D forms. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time.
The first and most important part of a figure drawing is the lay-in. Without a good lay-in, you rarely end up with a good drawing. In the last lesson, we learned the average proportions of the body. The problem with that is when the body moves out of the static soldier pose, those measurements change the way they are perceived by our eye. Foreshortening changes these relationships. If drawing from imagination, you can remember the proportions and do your best to apply perspective to them. If drawing from a reference photo or a model, we are given the opportunity to measure, a direct way to transfer the effects of perspective to our drawing. Measuring is exclusive to observational drawing, and you won't use it much when drawing from imagination, but it's still important to practice because it tunes your eye to what's correct. Measuring with your pencil. We can use all sorts of measuring tools like calipers or a string, but I like to use the one that's already in my hand, the pencil. First, hold your arm straight out without bending the elbow. Bending the elbow will bring the measurement closer to your eye and increase the size. The measurement will be consistent if the elbow is locked. 2. Tilt your head to bring your eyes as close as possible to the pivot point at your shoulder. This is important to keep the measurements consistent throughout the whole subject. If you don't do this, when measuring around the top of the pose, the pencil will be closer to your eyes, and when measuring around the feet, it will be farther from your eyes. This difference in the distance makes the measurements inconsistent. Keep your eye near the shoulder to minimize this. 3. Close one eye. 4. Use the tip of the pencil as the top point of whatever you're measuring, and put your thumb at the bottom point. And 5. Now that you have the unit, you can compare it to another part of the figure. For example, it's very common to count how many head lengths fit in the height of the pose. Move your measurement down below the chin and note where your thumb is. Repeat that down the figure and count the units. This pose is 7.5 heads tall. You can do this to measure the relationships of anything in the pose, not just the head. You can say the length of this arm is the same as the length of the lower leg, or whatever works for the pose. The approach I'm suggesting here does not require that the size you measured with the pencil be directly transferred to the paper at the same size. That would be called the sight size method, where the drawing is the same size as the subject you are seeing. Measuring relationships. The approach I'm showing today involves measuring relationships to make the composition fit on the size surface you're working on. We've established that the pose is 7.5 heads tall. The size of your paper allows the pose to be about this big, so mark the top and the bottom. Then break it up into 7.5 units. That tells you how big the head should be on the page, and you have the points for all the places where the head units lie on the pose. Doing this helps to prevent one of the most common rookie mistakes, progressively drawing things bigger as you go down the page or smaller as you go down the page. This happens because we get tunnel vision. We focus on the small portion of the drawing we're currently working on. We relate things only to the things near them instead of the whole picture. And if we tend to measure things slightly bigger than they really are, the drawing will slowly get bigger and bigger as we work our way down the page. Relating the whole thing first is a way to step back and look at the big picture. Make sure the foundation works before we add the parts. Already this tells us a lot, and it makes measuring the rest of the figure much easier. We can also rotate the head unit horizontally and do the same thing for the width of the pose. Notice how in this pose, the head is closer to the left side. Avoid putting it in the exact center by default, since that could create an unbalanced composition. Think about the placement of the drawing vertically and horizontally. At this point, you could also find the center point of the pose by dividing the height and width in half. Then find where that center point is on the model. In this pose, the center point is about here in his right glute. Shapes and angles. With the head units in place, we can start drawing in the shapes. Start with the largest shapes and use simple lines. The largest shape we can use is what's called the envelope. Use large angles connecting the outside points of the whole pose. Imagine if the pose was gift wrapped. Doing this allows you to look at the big picture and establish its perimeter. Everything else should fit inside this shape. Now start observing the next largest shape along the body. Focus on getting the angles right with simple gesture lines. Remember that a gesture line can be either a straight line, C-curve, or S-curve. It should capture the motion of the form. This allows you to get the big picture working without committing to any details. You can easily make corrections as you go. Once you start adding subtleties in the contours, it's less likely that you'll change things. And if you do, it's more time consuming because you have to redo all the details. So keep it simple, stupid, and worry only about the major relationships at first. It's also a good idea to keep your lines thin and light. Most of these initial construction lines will need to be erased later. So if you draw dark, thick lines, you'll end up with a very messy drawing. Though we are drawing gesture lines here, it's a bit different from the 30-second to 5-minute quick sketches we did in the beginning of this course. In the quick sketches, we were not too concerned about the proportions, only the motion and the energy. It's hard to get accurate proportions in a 30-second sketch. In this lesson, we are much more concerned about proportions. As a result, we will lose some gesture because we're not exaggerating as much, or not at all. It's a side effect of careful measuring. Usually, my goal is to construct accurately while capturing as much gesture as possible. Plumb lines. A plumb line is an exact vertical line that you can drop to see alignments within the pose. If drawing from a model, we can actually use a string with a weight at the end to determine a perfect vertical. Here we see that the acromion process aligns with the inside of the heel. Also, the armpit aligns with the outside of the knee and ball of the foot. We can also use horizontal alignments. Horizontal and vertical measurements are more accurate than angles. They are much easier to get right because you can align them with the edge of the paper, and we tend to have a pretty clear vision in our mind of a horizontal and vertical. Subtle angle variations can make a big difference, such as measuring an angle from the head to the shoulders to find the width of the shoulders. If your angle is slightly off on both sides, the shoulders end up being wider or narrower than you intended. It's okay to use angle relationships. I do all the time. Just keep in mind that there's more room for error. Double check them when possible with verticals and horizontals. Triangulation. Something that might help to measure angles is triangulation, measuring angles of 3 points instead of 2. If we've determined these 2 points to be correct, and we're trying to find the placement of a third, we can estimate the angle from one point and then the other. If these 2 estimates don't match, well then we have to remeasure them. The actual point is probably somewhere in between. Then we can look at the triangle shape made by these points and compare that. This gives us another chance to capture a mistake since we're looking at the shape, not just the angle of a line. Each pose is unique. Each pose has its own solutions, relationships that make the most sense to measure for that particular pose. For example, in this pose, the length from the elbow to the fingertips is exactly 2 head units. However, in this pose, it's not a nice whole number. It's a little bit less than 2. So you might need to look for other relationships that will help you find that length. A plumb line from the fingertips lines up with the edge of the pinky of the other hand, and the elbow lines up with the point directly in the middle of the chest. It's nice when things relate with whole numbers, but sometimes you'll need to take your best guess at a little bit less than 2, and then check it with other relationships. Negative shapes. Another trick to find accurate shapes is to look at the negative shapes. A negative shape is the space around or between the subject. It's the background. The shape here between the thighs is a triangular shape. This shape is easier for us to judge than the shape of the thighs themselves because we have less preconceived opinions about what that shape should look like. So we are more likely to make an unbiased evaluation of the negative shapes. Trust your eyes. If something looks wrong, it's wrong, no matter how many times you measured it. The mistake might be between a relationship you didn't measure or the small margins of error in the measuring compounded to make a significant mistake. Being a millimeter off while holding the pencil up can add up to inches in your drawing. So measuring will get you close, but it's much more important to develop your eye to see relationships without a ruler. Your eye can be a much better tool than a ruler. The way to develop this is to do a lot of careful drawings focusing on getting accurate proportions. When you practice these exercises, it's important to have a feedback loop. Either have somebody with a trained eye check your drawing, or have a method to check it yourself. Details. Now that all the major shapes are in place, it's safe to focus on the smaller parts and add the more subtle plane changes along the contours and within the forms. What about gesture? This episode has been about capturing accuracy. But how important is accuracy? That's up for debate, of course, but I don't think the answer is the same for everyone. How much do you want to change your reference? How important is it that you capture the exact likeness of your subject? Or is it more important that you capture the feeling in an expressive way? There's a balance to this, and that's partly what determines your style. In the early stages of your learning process, focus on complete accuracy. Make it as perfect as possible to tune your eye and to develop the ability to draw accurately. Don't choose to be more expressive simply because you're not capable of accuracy yet. Expand your abilities so that you have the choice. You lean towards accuracy when the job requires it, or you lean towards expression when the artwork calls for it. For practice, start by separating the two concepts. Do longer, careful drawings focusing on getting accurate proportions, and do shorter sketches focusing on gesture. Eventually, the two will mold together and be part of your thought process. Ultimately, during each stroke, you'll be making a subconscious decision considering both accuracy and expression.
All right, that's it. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being a premium member. If you like this video and the rest of the series, tell your friends. Your support really helps in the production of these videos and future videos. Thanks again. See you next time. Something that might help measuring angles, the pencil, a little bit less than 2. A little bit less than 2. In the premium section, ultimately, during each stroke, you'll be making a subconscious decision, considering both accuracy. In this episode, we'll add structure to the bean to create the Robo Bean. If you haven't seen the bean, structure, or landmarks videos, you might be a little confused with some of the things in this video because we'll be taking the bean and adding structure to it based on the landmarks. Why use the RoboBean? A few weeks ago, we met the Bean. After you're comfortable with the Bean, it's time to move on to his friend, RoboBean. The RoboBean is great because it combines the motion from the bean with 3D form. Now we're able to show the side planes to show rotation, and top or bottom planes for tilting and leaning. These drawings are going to be extremely stylized, and by no means is it a finished drawing or how I'm saying you should draw. This is, however, exactly what I'm thinking about when I analyze the form. So showing this simplistic exercise is a great vision into the thought process. It's also just a really good exercise to practice to see and draw three-dimensional form. You should be able to freehand cylinders and boxes from any angle and get the perspective right, as I explained in the structure video a few weeks ago. Let's review cylinders and boxes. This exercise is very similar to the bean exercise, except now instead of using balls, we're going to use boxes. Boxes are a little bit more advanced, but more effective because now you have plane changes to better explain the orientation of the forms. Spheres are not effective in showing perspective, as I explained last week. You can't see a sphere as three-dimensional unless you add tone. Without tone, a sphere is just a circle. A cylinder introduces perspective because it has a plane change at the top and bottom. A box shows even more perspective because it has a plane change from the front to side planes along with the top and bottom planes. Landmarks. Okay, so let's take a look at the details of the RoboBean and what exactly the boundaries represent. The top box is the rib cage and a portion of the shoulders. The bottom is the pelvis combined with the butt. Remember those landmarks we went over last week? Well, they're really going to come in handy as you construct the RoboBean. Almost every edge or corner falls on a specific area along the body. Let's start at the top. The top front corners of the first box align with this corner on the clavicles. At the bottom, the corners of the 10th ribs indicate the bottom of the box. These four corners give us the front plane of the box. On the back side, the ridge of the spine of the scapula provides the edge between top and back plane. Just stretch that back plane to the length of the rib cage. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly where those corners are because the rib cage in the back is covered by muscles. But the exact points are not important. Just make sure to get the length and angle correct. The top plane is everything between the scapula and clavicles. You have to ignore the trapezius muscle to see this. This is a very important plane to show when the body is leaning forward or backward towards us. Usually I'll even extend this to the edges of the shoulders, but we'll save that for the mannequinization video. Connect the side planes for the sides of the rib cage, and the bottom plane doesn't matter much. The space between the boxes is filled with guts and other fun stuff. Let's move on to the bottom box. The most useful corners I feel are the aces, the corners on the front of the pelvis. They're extremely important to find the angle of the pelvis. Unfortunately, there aren't any good points to indicate the bottom of the front plane. You'll just have to use your imagination and extend them from the pubic bone. Follow the edge of the iliac crest until the piscis for the side planes. The back plane starts at the piscis and includes the mass of the glutes. The rounded part at the bottom of the glutes is the edge, where you can show a bit of a bottom plane. And again, the top plane doesn't matter because of the guts thing. Together, all these points form the two boxes connected by the spine, which moves the boxes. Differences between genders. The proportions are going to vary from person to person. That's why it's good to know what landmarks you're looking for on the body, so that you can analyze those points on the person you're drawing and measure the proportions. Generally, the rib cage and pelvis on a male are about the same width. On a female, the rib cage is thinner and the pelvis is wider. There's variation within genders. Some men have wider hips and some women have broader shoulders. mentally identifying the body type before you draw it will help. Motion. With the addition of the top, bottom, and side planes, we can show the motion and position of the body with more detail than with the bean. The corners help to show the tilt side to side with the angles from one side to the other. The top and bottom planes help to show the leaning forward or backward, and the side planes help to show twisting. More about the twist. This brings me to an important part about the twist that I forgot to mention in the bean video. I showed with the towel that the overlaps come from the corners that are closer to us. This is true from the side view of the torso, but from front or back, it's actually the opposite. Here's a better explanation for getting the overlaps right. Figure out which side of the body you're seeing completely. The overlaps are the ones parallel to this rhythm. So, if you're looking at the side, then the side plane is being twisted like this. And the front and back plane will wrap back around the side plane. If you're looking at the front plane, then the same thing happens here. But now the side planes wrap behind the front plane, and the center line is following the S-curve rhythm. So basically, the overlapping lines are going to follow the rhythm of the plane we're looking at. With the RoboBean, it's actually much easier to see why this happens. Here, the side plane is wrapping behind the front plane, so this edge would overlap this one. On the other side, same thing. The front edge overlaps the back edge. The stuff in between. From my experience teaching, I noticed that the connection between the pelvis and rib cage is one of the most problematic areas for people. I think it's because we initially have a hard time visualizing this area and how it connects three-dimensionally. The RoboBean really helps me to visualize this connection, so I'll show it to you now, and hopefully it will help you too. So as I start the drawing, I imagine what the bean would look like in this pose. She's arching her back and leaning forward a bit. You should also consider the general shape of the pose and the model's proportions. Now, I'm also imagining what the boxes in this position would look like. That's where practicing drawing boxes is useful. Once the boxes are in place, we can focus on the stuff between them. The area between is soft. It's mostly muscle and skin that stretches and reacts to the harder forms of the ribs and pelvis. On the sides, connecting the rib cage and pelvis, is the oblique muscle. It attaches along the side of the ribs and is fairly thin in that area. On the stretching side, which in this case is the front of the body, the points of the 10th ribs move away from the ASIS. So that part of the oblique and the abdominals stretch out very thin. So what you get on this side is the bony corners poking out through that thinly stretched muscle. By doing that, by emphasizing these points poking out, we're showing that stretch more. On the compressing side, you'll see a curve at the connection to the pelvis. It comes down to the iliac crest, and that's where you see the rounded, bulkier volume of what's typically known as the love handles, and the pinching in the back. In this one, the compressing side actually isn't the left side, it's the back of the body. The back is on the left side of the drawing, but when you're drawing 3D volumes, you have to think left and right and front and back. So as she's leaning backward, the rib cage and pelvis compress all the volumes between them, and the entire front plane is stretching. See here, even the left corners of the front plane are still stretching. With the emphasized pinch and the corners poking out emphasizing the stretch on the other side, we get a more dynamic drawing where the viewer can feel the action of the body. On a back view, it's very similar. Start by building the blocks of the RoboBean. The sides react the same way. Compression of the oblique here, and a stretching on the other side with the corners of the rib cage and iliac crest poking out. The only difference is, of course, the muscles in the back are different from the front. The center line follows the curve of the spine and down between the glutes. Finally, I like to put a quick triangle there for the psoas and tailbone, indicating the flat sacrum of the back. Assignments, critiques, and a giveaway. Alright, so the assignment for this lesson is pretty obvious. Just find some poses, plenty available at proko.com/poses, and draw the RoboBean for that pose. You'll probably have a bunch of questions, concerns, mistakes you might have made, so next week I'll post examples of me drawing the RoboBean, which hopefully will address some of your questions. Also, keep submitting your exercises for critiques. I'm going to combine the submissions from the bean, structure, landmarks, RoboBean, and mannequinization lessons into one critique video, since all these lessons are related to building forms. So if you want to submit for a critique, do the assignment from this week's lesson, post your drawings on your Facebook page, Tumblr, blog, forum, wherever you like to post your artwork. In your post, make sure to mention this video and include a link to it. Email me and tell me where I can find your drawings. Make sure to follow the guidelines that I describe on proko.com/critiques. In this episode, I'll be talking about structure. What is structure? How does it work? And how do you show structure in your drawings? The next few episodes after this will be about applying structure to the human figure. Just like gesture had the three basic lines, C, S, and I, structure also has its three basic building blocks: spheres, cylinders, and cubes. You can simplify pretty much any organic object into these three forms, or a combination of these three forms. You can also stretch and bend these forms to better fit the character of the subject. A sphere can be modified to an egg shape. A cylinder can taper thinner to one end like you'd see in a leg. At its extreme, a tapering cylinder would become a cone. A cube can be stretched to be more rectangular. And the sides don't have to be the same size. You can taper thinner to one end like with the cylinder, bend it to follow the gesture of the pose, and even twist it. Basically, think of these forms as if they're made of Play-Doh. You can deform them as you wish. We construct from these basic building blocks because it's a lot easier to imagine simple forms three-dimensionally than complex forms. It's a lot easier to imagine and work out the perspective of this camel with boxes and cylinders. Then add the details of the anatomy. The same could be done with the figure, which I'll go over in detail in the next few episodes. Simplify the figure into basic spheres, cylinders, and boxes. This will immediately give the figure a three-dimensional look. Having established this idea allows you to visualize and construct the finer details of the anatomy in perspective more accurately. The difference of spheres, cylinders, and cubes. So let's take a closer look at these simple forms. You can simplify the rib cage and pelvis to spheres, cylinders, or boxes, or a combination of these forms depending on what you need for that pose. The sphere is really just a circle, since a sphere without tone appears two-dimensional. So the sphere is flat when using line. It doesn't tell us anything about the form and its orientation in space. If you stretch the circle into an oval, now we have one piece of information about its orientation. The oval will only tell us the tilting left or right. To show any kind of leaning back or forward, we need to indicate a bottom plane or a top plane. That's where the cylinder becomes useful. It shows the tilting with the angle and the leaning with the bottom or top planes. We can go one more step forward and use a box. The box has one thing that the cylinder doesn't. It shows us the edges between front, back, and side planes. This shows us the twisting motion. So now with these three options, we can choose the one that does the best job in describing the form of the pose we're drawing. Sometimes a cylinder for the ribcage with a center line to show the twist is enough. Sometimes the addition of the corners of the ribcage and pelvis to show the front and side planes is helpful. It's up to you to decide how you use these basic forms. Position of the viewer. I've covered the position and orientation of the forms, but there's another ingredient that determines how these forms look in space, and that is the position of the viewer. When you have something that is straight up and down, it's parallel to our position. You might think that it's not going towards or away from us, but it's below us. In this example, we are looking down at the cylinder, so the cross contour lines will wrap around it downward. When the object is tilted and above or below us, you have to add the two effects. Steve Houston, a really great instructor, suggests that you use the ring on your pencil to judge that curve. Tilt the pencil the same way as the object, and then move it up or down to align the ring with the object. The curve of the ring will suggest the curve you would draw as the cross contour line of the cylinder. The shape of the form, its position, twist, lean, and tilt, and our position all come together to tell a story. They create the scene. Oh, and don't forget that each plane of the form is at a different position relative to the viewer. For example, if you have a really tall cylinder, like a column, we are looking up at it here, but as it passes our eye line, we look down at it. The bottom part will curve down and the top will curve up, because of our relative position to that part of the column. The curves will transition from one to the other in between. At eye level, the cross contour is a straight line. Avoid flat perspective. When the perspective is flat, try to push it to show the form better. When we look directly at a cylinder or box, they look like flat rectangles. This doesn't truly reveal the form of the cylinder or cube. It's better to push this in some way a little bit. This minor change will make a big difference. Consider the gesture to determine which way to push the forms. Here, this cylinder is flat. I'd rotate it this way to make the gesture even more of a C-curve between the objects and reveal the 3D form of the cylinder. How to simplify. When deciding what form to use in simplifying an organic object, it should be simplified to the form that best describes the character of that object. As we went over earlier, a sphere is the simplest but least descriptive, so it isn't always the best to show the character. This trash can is obviously not spherical. Simplifying it to a sphere would not be an effective simplification. Using a boxy form is a lot more accurate, even though it's not exact.
This trash can actually has rounded corners and a lip, but the simpler box still captures the character of the form. Sometimes you'll need to use a combination of forms to capture the character. This trash can would be best simplified to a ball connected to a cylinder. Drawing cylinders. Start constructing cylinders by finding the angle, the length, and width. This establishes its placement and size. If the cylinder is foreshortened, make sure to slightly taper the sides thinner towards the far end to indicate foreshortening. Then it's time to identify the cross contours. Ask yourself if you're looking up or down at the cylinder and how much. Based on that, add the ellipses of the top and bottom planes. Make sure to keep the angle of the ellipse perpendicular to the angle of the sides. The common mistake is to make the angle vertical or horizontal. For example, the wheels on a car won't be vertical like this. Instead, they will be perpendicular to the angle of the axle. Another common mistake is when we indicate the cross contour lines, we tend to make them flatter than they really are. The thing about cross contour lines is that most of their effect is on the sides. That's where the roundness of the form is revealed. So don't flatten them and bring them to a sharp corner with the edge of the cylinder. That defeats the purpose of the cross contour lines. It should feel like it's wrapping around the edges. Drawing boxes. You should be able to draw a 3D box from your imagination at any angle. In the Illusion of Depth series, I talked a little about perspective. A box's edges will converge to a vanishing point on the horizon line. This works well for structures like a house where the bottom plane is parallel with the ground. When you rotate the boxes, it gets much more complex, and personally, I feel it's too complex and too mathematical to think about all this stuff when you're drawing a figure. So develop your sense for perspective and use your intuition. You'll get better with practice, but a few tips should get you pretty far right away. The way I approach it is at first I imagine which planes of the box I'm seeing. You'll see 1, 2, or 3 planes. If you're looking directly at one side, like the front, it's just a rectangle. When the box rotates down, you start seeing the top plane. And when it rotates to one side, you'll see one of the side planes. Also, notice that all the lines are converging to create the sense of depth. Look at this box and see if you draw boxes this way. If you draw boxes this way, stop. This is an impossible box. Things appear smaller as they move away from us. So drawing all these parallel lines removes perspective from the scene. And if this plane is a rectangle, that indicates we're looking directly at it. If we were looking directly at it, none of the other planes would be visible. In this case, since we're seeing some of the right side, the front plane is starting to rotate away from us. The lines here would converge to the left. And since we're seeing the top plane, the front and side planes are rotating downward, so the lines would converge down. Now that's a much more three-dimensional box. Let's try a step-by-step approach and see if this helps you. I'll start with the inside edges of the box. The most vertical one is a good starting point. Is the box leaning to the left or right, and how much? Establish that with the first line. Then, are you seeing the bottom or top of the box? If you see the top, then the other two inside edges will be attached to the top of the initial line. How much of the top are we seeing? If it's a little, the lines will be flatter with an obtuse angle. A lot, and they will have more of an acute angle. Also, at this point, you're thinking about how much of the front and right side you're seeing. The same of each would make the angles of these lines equal. If you see more of the front, that side will be more horizontal and the other side more vertical, since it's moving away from us more, and vice versa. This is the foundation. It tells you the orientation of the box. After this, it's really easy. Just go to the end of each line and connect the outside edges with converging lines. Consider the lengths of the initial 3 lines. If it's a perfect box, then you just need to think about how much each side is being foreshortened depending on how much it's facing away from you. But if some sides are longer than others,
think about that length and foreshortening. As you can probably tell, this isn't something you'll get right on your first try. It's a bit confusing, so you need to repeat the process many times to get familiar with it. It's critical that you do get familiar with it if you want to apply these concepts to a complex form like the figure. Next week, we talk about the RoboBean, which is a 3D representation of the torso. So go practice your boxes by looking around you for boxy furniture and drawing them from different angles. Then try inventing them from your mind. Assignments. Start by practicing cylinders and boxes of the things around you. Here you're using observation and what you know about structure to draw the forms. Then move on to drawing them from your imagination. Can you imagine a box in your mind and then draw it exactly how you imagined it? When you're ready, get some reference of animals and try to simplify them into balls, cylinders, and boxes. Avoid flat angles. Try to find dynamic angles of the animals in motion. That will be a much more valuable exercise. Student critiques. In the premium section, I'm posting critique videos of student work. That's where you come in. So do the assignment from this week's lesson, post your drawings on your Facebook page, Tumblr, blog, forum, wherever you like to post your artwork. In your post, make sure to mention this video and include a link to it. Email me and tell me where I can find your drawings. Make sure to follow the guidelines that I describe on proko.com/critiques. Everyone that participates will be able to download that critique video. If you like this video, share the wealth. Tell your friends. Post it on your favorite social network. And click this button here to subscribe to the Proko newsletter if you want to be updated about new videos. Bye-bye! There are three major masses connected by the spine: the head, the rib cage, and the pelvis. Today we're going to take a look at the two that make up the torso and the way they move. Hey guys, you're watching Proko. So what is the bean? Well, the torso could initially be thought of as a bean. No, not that bean. No, not that one either. That's the same bean. This one. This is the one I'm talking about. We have two forms, one for the rib cage and another for the hips. You can even just imagine a sock with two balls in it. Whatever analogy you want to use. Basically, we have two hard forms with a softer skin around them. The balls can twist, tilt, and turn. The cloth of the sock will stretch, pinch, or twist accordingly, which represents the way the skin would react to the same motion on a human body. To be more specific about what these ovals actually represent, here's how I think of it. The rib cage isn't a perfect oval. The curve stops at around the 10th rib and then swings back up to the sternum. But to simplify it, I'll continue the curves of the sides and use an oval. The oval of the hips actually includes the area above the hips. It continues up the oblique and meets the top oval at the thin part of the waist. As a result, the two ovals will overlap. Why practice the bean? The concept I'll be talking about today is a very simplified approach.
It obviously doesn't get you a realistic figure drawing, but it's the concepts behind it that we're learning. Then once we understand those concepts, we can apply them to a realistic, more complex approach. Sometimes what I have my students do in my figure drawing classes is a 20-minute session of 30-second poses just doing the beans. I tell them they're not drawing a person. Don't think of this as a figure drawing. Instead, it's an analogy for the body. These are little notes that you could use later on in a longer figure drawing. It's the form of the torso represented in the simplest way. The reason we do this is to eliminate all details and not get distracted by contours or smaller forms. We do it to isolate what's important in capturing the motion and mass of the torso. How to practice the bean. Take poses and draw the equivalent bean at its extreme. Take note of that last part. You're drawing an extreme version of the pose. So if there's a subtle twist, make that twist even twistier. A lean to the right, lean it further. The process of exaggerating these elements creates a habit of actually observing each element. The things we look for to identify the bean are tilt side to side, lean forward and backward, twisting of the spine, and foreshortening. Let's start with a tilt from side to side. When there's a tilt or curvature of the spine towards one side, there will always be a compressed side and a stretched side. As these points move closer to each other, everything between them bunches up. You'll see wrinkles going across the torso. On the other side, these points move further away from each other, stretching everything between them. I'll always try to emphasize the stretching here and play down any kind of muscular bumps that would take away from the stretching effect. In a neutral standing pose, when one leg bears most of the weight, the hip on that side goes up and other side goes down. To balance the angle of the pelvis, the ribcage tilts the other way, causing the pinching and stretching. So look for the weight-bearing leg as a clue during inactive standing poses. Here's a pose with a subtle tilt. Find the angle of the ribcage, angle of the hips, considering also the position relative to the ribcage. It's a common mistake to always put the two forms one on top of the other. Observe the angle from the top of the ribcage to the bottom of the hips. Adding an action line will also help to identify this relationship. A center line will emphasize the C-curve of this pose and show that it's slightly facing towards the left, since the center is closer to the left edge of the form. Sometimes I'll start these with two ovals, and sometimes I'll start with the longest lasting curve, which will be the gestural action line, and then move over to the other side and work on the compression. Notice how I'm adding some folds there to emphasize the pinching. And I'm going to push the center line to the left a bit just to exaggerate this pose. The second action is leaning forward or backward. It has pretty much the same effect of a tilt. The side where the points are compressing will get the pinch, and the opposite side will get the stretch. The only difference is that now the center line is on the stretching or pinching side. If the person leans towards us, there will be a crease on the front plane. And the center line itself also has a pinch. This sharp corner creates the tension in the front plane. On the back, show the stretching gesture line. When the person leans back away from us, it's a bit trickier to indicate with a bean. This looks too similar to a tilt. It's hard to show this because the pinch is back there. It's hidden from us. The only way to show that the forms are going away from us is with some cross contour lines, which indicate foreshortening, similar to these cylinders. Let's draw this pose. The first thing I see is that she's arching her back, so the pinch will be on her back. I'll slightly exaggerate the angles of the ovals and emphasize that the hips are overlapping the rib cage. Since she's swinging her hips back towards us, the hips are closer and will be in front of the rib cage. That's how I know this curve will overlap this one to show the correct connection between the forms. Since her hips are swinging back, we see the bottom plane
which I'll indicate with a dot. Twisting the spine. Alright, the twist. I love doing the twist. During a twisting motion, the skin will be pulled from one side of the form to the other. Let's look at what happens to this towel when I twist it. The string represents the center line. At the top, the plane twists this way, and at the bottom, the other way. On this side, the lines will overlap from the top. On the other side, they overlap from the bottom. Things are being pulled across the form to these corners. Sometimes it's confusing to figure out which side will overlap, which one's going to be in front and which one's behind. Basically, the two corners that are closer to us will have the lines that overlap the corners further from us. Makes sense because objects that are closer to us are in front of objects further from us. It's basic perspective. The center line is now an S shape rather than a C during a tilt or lean. So let's take a look at two angles of the twist with the bean. In this pose, we're looking at a twisting torso from the side. This means we see the center line of the front plane at the top and the center line of the back at the bottom. There's a transition from one to the other. As the front plane gets thinner and the center line starts to wrap behind, on the other side, the spine starts to come out from behind and twisting towards us. So only a portion of the center line is visible on each side. When looking at a twist from the front or back, you only see one of the planes, but it's being twisted. In this pose, the pit of the neck is closer to the left side of her body, and the pubic bone is turning towards the right side. This pose has a very subtle twist. It's one that many would miss and just draw the lean and pinch at the right. In this exercise, you want to catch these subtleties and exaggerate them to practice indicating each effect. When you exaggerate, you are forced to imagine what would happen if you pushed it further. That is great practice for your mind. So I'm moving the top of the center line further to her right shoulder and the bottom of the center line to her left hip, increasing the amount of twist. Since her left shoulder is closer to us, that's the corner that will have the overlap on the left. The right hip is closer than the left, so that's the corner that has the overlap on the right. Foreshortening. When a figure is extremely foreshortened, you'll observe two things. The first is a change of the oval shapes that indicate the ribcage and hips. We're no longer seeing the full length, so the ovals will be shorter. The second change is the position relationship between these ovals. One will overlap the other and sometimes cover up most of it. This shows that the ribcage is directly in front of the hips, so the torso is pointing directly towards us. In this pose, she's leaning towards us, creating a lot of foreshortening. I'll make sure to keep the oval more circular and overlap them a bit more than usual. I like to put a dot on the north and south poles of these forms. This helps me imagine how to wrap the center line over the top plane. I also see a twist since the belly button is pointing to the left. What's next? After establishing the bean, attaching the head and limbs is much easier. The action of the torso is the most difficult and most important to capture the body in motion. I'll talk a lot more about this part in the mannequinization video in a few weeks. Disney flour sack. The Disney animators had a similar exercise where they animated a flour sack. If you can give life to a bag of flour, then you should be able to do the same thing to a human figure. The purpose of this exercise is to learn how movement deforms and distorts the simple volumes. This effect would deform the human figure in a very similar way. Here I've animated a flour sack starting from a tilting position, then leaning forward and twisting to the opposite side. We can learn a lot from animation, even if our goal isn't to do animation. Animators understand the mechanics of the human body and the way it moves better than anyone else. So it makes sense to study their art and apply it to our figure drawings. Assignments. This week, practice drawing the bean from the pose photos at proko.com/poses. It shouldn't take you more than 30 seconds to a minute for each pose. Look for tilting, leaning, twisting, and foreshortening. Exaggerate the motion and draw the two volumes, the skin in between, and the center line. If you like this video, share the wealth. Tell your friends. Post it on your favorite social network. And click this button here to subscribe to the Proko newsletter if you want to be updated about new videos. Bye-bye! BFFs. Forever, buddy. I'll be there with you, wherever you go.